fuck ton of money in a system that's still fucking me over anyway. It's going to be a debt that gets paid just to get it robbed back from me in 2 seconds anyway. So why would I need that in a system that's not going to do it? As soon as the system changes...
Wait, hold on. Take a breath. In any other crime, where a court is assessing, let's say, that you have to pay... you have to pay a fee because of the harm that's been done. Okay, that we assess this all the time, like in violent crimes or property crimes, things of that. It's a restitution, is what they'll call it, right? And when you're paying the restitution, nowhere in the assessment by the judge do they say, "Hey, how's this person going to spend the money that they get from the restitution?"
And I think Brad actually...
Can I just note that I am left because he's a bitch? He's been a bitch for the past 4 years.
I think Brad had a good point about, the 90-year-old who has more direct lineage to the atrocities and horrors of slavery. Like, if Ian was still here, I'm pro reparations, but how at the end of the day do you decide, how to pay it out? Again, money, land, education, and who is eligible.
Well, I also want to...
part screws it all over, especially after the emails in the diaspora report.
Well, not really, because I think the courts will figure that out, and what it would likely be would be next of kin. Like, you're not going to pay it out to everybody. That
paperwork for all the next of kin, though, because not everybody has that.
Right, and if they don't produce it, they wouldn't get it. And so you'd have to have some burden of proof. But I am in support of when the reparations were paid to Japanese and interned victims. And the reason and the distinction, the difference between these two things is that the Japanese people were interned by the federal government, and the victims that got paid out were the actual victims of the internment. And so we're not talking about descendants making the claim. It was quite literally the victims themselves. And I think one of the weirdest things about the argument in terms of getting these payments is you're asking people that didn't have slaves to pay people that were never slaves. And what's interesting is that when this argument's made, if you ever go and get to people that are really deep on this subject, they've pivoted their argument that the reparations is not about slavery per se. It's about the long list of injustices, and so they include things like Jim Crow laws, and they take more recent events into account, because I think they've realized that the slavery argument is not solid enough to win.
Now, I think the reason that the diaspora thing is a problem for the reparations argument is because if the goal for the reparations is to get everybody that one, and let's say we go through your system, Mojo, where you're going to need some form of documentation or paperwork to prove the lineage, et cetera, and not everyone has it, after the first round of reparations goes out, it's just going to be a second wave of people yelling that they're going to need theirs too, or they need a wave for people that without documentation, and go ahead and make the arguments for that, right? I'm not sure how, especially within our own communities, the varying definition of who is black, who is not, who should get reparations, who shouldn't, like whether a mixed person should get reparations, whether people from the Caribbean that are immigrants here should get reparations, because technically there were some parts of the Caribbean that were parts of the transatlantic slave trade before people even landed in America, right? And they were exploited the same exact way, and some of them got fucked over by the U.S. too. So then you have a ton of people talking about who gets this, what's the basis on you getting it, how connected do you have to be.
Well, hold on. Listen, you don't get paid for the word. Like, you could slow down. You could use, you could slow down a little bit. You're saying a lot, and the faster you talk, the less that people are going to remember of what you said. And don't interrupt me, Tony. There's a few issues of what you're saying. So how would you decide, well, they would thoughtfully work through that. But some of the things that you didn't mention that I think are big concerns are when you do have like a mixed family, you would have people that are descendants of you may be a descendant of both slave owner and slave. should that wash itself out? The other thing that I think is interesting is the very people that are asking for it are also taxpayers, and they're the ones that are going to be funding the reparations itself. So there's so many questions, so many pieces of this that to me just make it illogical. But the first and foremost, if you weren't a slave, don't say that you're owed money. Like the idea of usurping the pain of your ancestors. Look, the world's been a brutal place, and a lot of fucking fucked up shit has happened. That doesn't mean that you're owed something. If that's the case, then everybody's owed something. I think if the faster that we can all accept the fact that the world owes us nothing, the better off we're.
I think one of the more decent things of reparations I've seen has been the idea of like the proposed tax break for a certain period of time. I think that wasn't too crazy bad of an idea. I think that one was somewhat decent, but I'd have to hear it fleshed out.
But I'm gonna say this.
Well, tax break. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what's up, Sean?
Yeah, Tony.
So my thing is like this, right? It's like when it comes to what's owed and what's not, I'm not looking just at the government. I'm also looking at the R&R train station, Wells Fargo, different things like that. When it comes to Caribbeans, they got the French and the Kingdom, to the United Kingdom to look at when it comes to that. But the thing is about it is it's not really about what is owed and different things like that. It's about what was held back from these people to build generational wealth with their off-season and different things like that. Because like I said, like you said, and Mojo, some people like to bring up Jim Crow and everything else like that, but let's look at Wells Fargo that purposely denied black people from getting loans to build generational wealth and different things like that. Or when they did move to California, they escaped the South and everything. They couldn't get certain jobs, different things like that. So it's just it's not about just the fact of like, oh, the person is not a descendant. It's about what was held back. And can you say, oh, well, everybody's unfair, but everyone else unfair got paid out at the time. We won't be talking about this if the people before we just got paid out, period. And Jim Crow and segregation and everything else like that wasn't a part of our history. That was 60 years ago. If any of that was not in place, no one would give a fuck. Because why? After slavery, people got paid out. After they got out, they was able to buy homes. They was able to buy land. They was able to build businesses. Let's not think about the people that had their own towns that got bombed and different things like that, from Tulsa, from different places like that. So it's more than just that. It's the fact that people want to prolong this whole situation. So 100 years from 1960, people want to say, well, that's 100 years ago. We don't care about that. But you still have not fixed the issue. And that's the problem.
So,
go ahead.
I want to say something. Real quick. Let me say something.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, Tio, appreciate you, man. And Mojo, good to be here. And I'm just gonna say, there was that generation of 40 acres and a mule, for real. Like my family are homesteaders, 8th generation Americans that immigrated here from Sweden. And when it comes down to just as far as advantages versus disadvantages, that might be an advantage that was given to predominantly white people, because black people weren't here early on when that offer was given, and there was definitely just some disproportionate allocations of where you couldn't, even if you had the money to buy a home in a home, like an area that was predominantly white, you couldn't buy it because you were segregated. Those are definitely some things that are generationally have gone forward. But when it comes to reparations, the only thing I would say is that you can dig up my great-great-grandparents, and you can't dig mine up because I'm going to file an exemption because nothing in our history, and I have all the checks, receipts, pictures, all the way up to the 1600 and actually it's 1648. 1648 my family goes back to, and I have all of it. We never had slaves in my whole entire family's history. So I'm not giving you shit for reparations.
That's a point that people gloss over is just how few people had slaves. And so the idea of crucifying all of America when that wasn't the practice for most people. Most people did not have slaves, but that doesn't seem to be. That doesn't seem to matter. People like Hakima want everyone to be taxed
it don't matter because it's the government that's paying. Like so, like the immigrants that came over.
How does the government get their money?
By the people. And how
From the people.
Can I finish?
Let Hakima finish, though. Hakima, continue, please.
No, I don't want. No, that's because you said that.
I mean, I just have a quick question, Tony. Just a quick question for you, though, real quick, because I've been listening into Hakima, and again, I'm pro reparations. But Tony, if I heard you correctly, you're saying it's not just a lineage, direct descendants of slavery. It's you mentioned the Wells Fargo thing, modern day redlining, right? It happened during the pandemic. So if you had the power, how would you allocate either funds or what? Again, how do you determine who of the Black community around the whole country, from a week-old baby to 90-year-old man or woman, is eligible?
The same way they did the Indians. How the Indians, even to this day, a baby born, I said a newborn and stuff like that is allocated monthly checks and different things like that. Like I said, people look at the government, cool. Taxpayers don't want to pay it, cool. You still want to get the same amount of money from all of the businesses and everybody else that they can sue, from the colleges, from the railroads, from the banks, and so on. So the thing is, how would I allocate it and different things like that? A lot of people that came here they're African, then they come over here like, I'm African American. Because you don't have a lot of scammers, dead ass. And the thing is, lineage. Where did you come from? You go bloodline, different things. Like my family comes strictly from Louisiana. Every every year we have a family reunion where our family had their shed at where they were slaved at and different things like that. Some people that. And it's not, like I said, it's not just about slaves, because I know a lot of people, when they bring up reparations, the first thing they think about is slaves. But it's that's just a small piece of what happened and different things like that afterwards and stuff like that. But I would say, but to directly answer your question, to how I would allocate it, is lineage. You feel me? Where your lineage come from, different things like that. If you a half person or half breed, different things like that or whatever, you owed a little something, but you're not really owed nothing, because whatever the case can be like, but it would have to go off the lineage. That's how I would do it.
Hey, I support Hakima, and whether we disagree, hold on a second. Whether I disagree with Hakima or not, I like to hear from Hakima because I respect him, and I would like to hear what you have to say, Hakima. Please, would you?
You shouldn't have to say that. Everybody else can speak without somebody else.
I'm just saying, though. I don't want you to quiet yourself.
There you go again. I can't speak.
Sean, don't.
That's a cop out, man.
Sean, don't work. Sean, don't work.
I think it's a cop out, and every time I speak, y'all come off the mic. Like Moose was able to ask a question. Tony answered it for 2 minutes. Nobody interrupted. I said 6 words. 3 people jump off the mic. Then I just started speaking again. Then Sean jump off the mic again. How's that a cop out?
He was actually passing the ball, bro.
I get that. That's not the point.
Hold on, guys. Yeah. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Hakima's right. You guys don't seem to respect the fact that he's speaking. When he speaks, you guys just speak all over him. But I don't know what Hakima wants to adjudicate this. Perhaps we should set up a GoFundMe and we'll call it reparations for Hakima. Go.
I'm not doing reparations. That's not my fight at all. Y'all get it. I'm just.
Tony. So you mentioned like Native Americans and Indigenous, and you could have treaties. You can advocate for a treaty between Black America and the United States federal government. I would desperately convince you to look into how those treaties have been maintained. I would suggest you take a very deep dive in how the federal government and its interactions with Native American, particularly on reservations, how well life is there. As somebody who has was kind of adopted into one of the tribes in New York and actually lived next to a reservation, I can tell you it's not peaches and cream. I can tell you that this idea that a majority of black people have, that Native Americans get reparations, they don't. They do not. They don't get a fucking dime. This idea that somehow that the government, they just get to go and have money funneled into their coffers and somehow they're rich, they don't. That doesn't exist. They generated most of the majority of their wealth off of casinos, tobacco, and gas products by selling them on reservations, basically making them able to do a tax-free, duty-free, whatever you want to call it. So they also do crops. They also do mostly tourism and crafts. They have a large area into that. So a lot what I've heard on this app, when they go pro reparations, they'll attack the Native Americans and say this is great. And if you want that kind of relationship, go for it. But I promise you, you'll be screaming that it is worse than Jim Crow. I can promise you that.
Well, Brad, I'm gonna tell you this. As me as a friend, has a lot of friends that's Native American, strictly Native American. Some have the benefits of what you said, the resorts and different things like that or whatever. And one of my friends named Matt, he actually gets a check from the tribe he's from. Whatever has happened, I didn't ask him long, all these questions and stuff like that. Just like he was brought it up because everyone thinks I'm Native American because the way I look and different things like that. And he would just give me the rundown like he gets $1,000 check every month, no matter what. He's been getting it ever since he was there. I don't know exactly when.
It doesn't come from the U.S. government. The U.S. government is not giving him $1,000.
Hold on, Brad.
Like you cut me off to say that, and then I'm telling you how it really works. You cut me. You interrupted me.
I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. I thought you was done.
No, but that's fine. You don't have to argue. I'm just stating fact. That $1,000 that your friend's getting, and all these other incidences and anecdotal stories that will pop up magically in the ether and Clubhouse because someone knows somebody somewhere. I'm telling you now, the U.S. government is not funneling fucking money in like that to be able to give everybody $1,000 a month. That's not happening. That's nowhere is that happening. They do get certain benefits, discounts on colleges, because that in part was part of the agreement and one of the conditions. Native Americans weren't even recognized as American until 1928 after they won their case after the 14th Amendment was adopted. Because guess what? The 14th Amendment didn't apply to them. They weren't considered citizens of the United States. So this idea that people want to target this group seems really weird and wonky to me. And not that I'm giving them a lot of grace either, because a lot of their bullshit kind of goes through as if there were some mystical spiritual connection with the prairie grasses and the buffalo. But that shit, throwing all that fucking shit aside, most of the people do not know how Native Americans, and there is a famous guy, and his name is escaping me. He went to Congress. He testified before committees. He went around, and he was a Native American, and he told the U.S. government, hey, your Bureau of Indian Affairs, your bureaus that work with us on the treaties, they suck. And I encourage you to actually listen to him about what actually goes on there, how they've gone through periods of starvation. This COVID, Ireland was finally able to pay a debt back to the Cherokee and other tribes because when they were going through their potato famine and their indentured forced servitude and all their bullshit, Native Americans sent money over. Irish people sent $20 million back to them during COVID because the U.S. government didn't send them fucking funds. So I encourage you to stop using Native Americans because they will come on this app and tell you you are not what you just don't know what you're talking about with them.
No, Brad, I ain't getting into detail about what they get. I know people that get it. Like I'm not one of those ones that do all that negativity and all that shit like that, right? One, I understand a person like you have to be persuaded to why someone get it. I'm not one of the ones that says you don't have no right, no business on actually saying who are you to say who gets it and who's not. That's not how you get nothing passed. And I think a lot of people that want reparations don't understand that. Some people like to say, who gives you the right to say no? That does not, that's Brad, a person like you, if someone tells you that, you're gonna say fuck off. You ain't getting shit now. Right or wrong. I think you went out. Your phone sounded good. DJ, you said what?
No one can tell me to do anything I don't want to anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole point, exactly. So the thing is, people gotta understand if you want reparations to pass, you have to get people on your side to understand the reason why. And I understand that. I probably can't convince you because you headstrong, different things like that. You have your point made up, and I respect it. That's all I can do. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is that we would not be having this conversation right now if stuff was fairly done. And we're not bringing up 100, 200 years ago. We're not saying all that. We're saying, even, let's say someone said, fuck reparations after slavery. If black people, our grandmas, you feel me? Not our ancestors, our grandmas had the right to actually go out and actually build generational wealth like your family did, had the option to build generational wealth. I'm not saying you had the generational wealth, but had the option to build it with no red tape or anything like saying you can't do this because you're white. We would not be having this conversation right now. Everybody, if anybody else did, you sound stupid because when I sound stupid, but because everything wasn't paid, but your family had the option to do it. So that's my whole point about it. If you're being stopped from doing something because of your skin tone, different things like that, only thing I'm asking for a person like you is to have a heart to understand it. You don't have to agree with it, but understand why people of the lineage will say, we want some type of repayment of the things that was owed that was never paid.
Your stance on it. First and foremost, the amazing amount of reparations and the way the conversation steers in the directions is that they believe that America was the chief purveyor of American chattel slavery. It wasn't even far. They weren't even close. You'd have to go to the Caribbean for those, particularly Brazil, because that overwhelmingly had the highest number of slaves. But what I find fascinating and absolutely destructive is the fact that being on slavery and the way that occurred, and I'm ending the slavery part, is no reparations on this app has ever filed a lawsuit in the world court to go after any of the African nations. None. Absolutely none. There is no ask, there is no direct decree to say, hey, can we actually go after the people who actually sold us? Let's start there. Nope, never did it. Jim Crow laws, for those that were directly affected by it, by having to pay a poll tax in order to vote, by having assets and craftsmanship and art and trade and patented inventions stolen from them or just removed by government request or because of the fucking state laws, absolutely, we can restore those. And we can actually trace those lineages because we have the documentation on who we stole it from and who their ancestors are or their offspring are. We can go through and restore those. And I would be all for that. Do we have the ability to sit there and correct from World War II and actually pass on when this Democrat Senator Rankin, who got it passed so that the GI benefits would be determined on a state level, and then we're able to deny black people. Yes, we could actually correct that because guess what? We know who fucking served. And we can directly pay those families the compensation that was owed, plus interest if you want to, and plus a penalty for just being fucking a shitty government at that time. I'm okay with that. And we can pay those individuals or those families on a need. We can return artwork. We can actually ask companies saying, hey, technically you never paid this family for a patent. You do need to compensate them for this. You do need to get registered and have that sales. That's an addressing of a grievance and a wrong that has occurred under our judicial system. But the blanket idea that black people should just receive a check based on no characteristic other than a point in history and time when a government was shitty to them, and then it's based on their skin color, is absolutely false. Many people who are black today actually, one very prominent one who was screaming reparations and the black causes that, white people were the greatest oppressor. She actually, her family came on the fucking Mayflower and landed on Plymouth Rock. So that's a little hard for a lot of people to swallow. Hey, the other factor is Kima, you complain when people interrupt you. I didn't land yet. And you keep going further and further down this hole and you start looking at it. You can cite the Homestead Act, you can cite redlining, but what black people do when they talk about reparations is they leave off massive other demographics, such as fucking women, half of the nation. You don't account for the Irish, you don't account for the Jewish, you don't account for the Italians, you don't account for the Polish, you don't account for any of the Asians. We literally had an anti-China immigration policy, and we made fucking Jim Crow for Asians, and you never hear Asian people speak about it. You never hear it hit the front lines. You never hear them discuss it. And we did fucking horrific shit to them. We did it to a whole bunch of groups. But black people actually make the misnomer of thinking that they can just go, I'm black, I deserve a check for no other reason, and actually cannot apply any context other than we were slaves and we were forced through Jim Crow. That's the only argument you have, and it's not enough.
I just want to say one thing, bro. I just want to say one thing. Just to clear some of for Brad to talk about go after the African countries. None of the African countries today existed back then. So to talk about going after Nigeria or Ghana or any of the West African countries, it's impossible because they did not exist back then.
Okay, Hikima, to your point, none of the slave owners that owned slaves, the 5% of the population that owned slaves, nobody is alive today. So why wouldn't you go after those? The United States
government is still alive. The United States government is still alive today. So there you go.
That they didn't enslave people. Hold on, Brad, you might be right, but I'm gonna tell you who was alive and is probably still alive. Possibly your grandparents or ancestors or one of your older cousins that watch a hanging or a skinning.
The Confederate government does no longer exist. Tony, yeah. You made some very good arguments, and I understand it. And it's the problem is it's based on some hypotheticals. If we had been given what we should have been given, then we would have been in a better place today. Therefore, we feel that we are owed money. And I get that. That's not a bad argument. However, I like to do math. So if we look at the civil rights and war on poverty programs that began in the 1960s, the general number is $20 trillion was spent on it. Now, ignoring the fact that when those were signed into law, I think it was Lyndon Johnson was surrounded by black people. So clearly these were programs that were made for black people. But as has been argued on Clubhouse many times, well, those benefited mostly white poor women. So if we take that and say, okay, only 13% of the only 13% of that went to black people because black people are 13% of the population. That's still $2.6 trillion. Jewish people got $30 billion after World War II. That was their reparations. So I don't think, even if you want to say, okay, that's a little high, I still think $2 trillion in reparations certainly is on par with what other groups have gotten. But putting that aside, let's go to the hypothetical and the cost of freedom, what it costs the U.S. government. Let's say hypothetically, at the time of when the southern states seceded from the Union, the North said, hey, you know what? We're good. You want to keep slavery? Go ahead. We're not going to get involved. We're going to split the United States. What would have happened? Hypothetically, I think slavery eventually would have ended. But there's 350,000 white men whose ancestors would have been alive today. How much do black people owe them? And what price are you going to put on that? So I think we can all go into hypotheticals here, but ultimately, the way I view this is simple. At a certain point, correctly so, black people were unfairly treated. But at a certain point, the assistance that comes from other white people through the government in the form of taxes and other legislation has got to end. And I think we are seeing the end of that. And I view the whole discussion of reparations as a desperate attempt to keep that money flowing, and it's got to end. And people are getting tired of it. As a philosophical ending point, I'll say read the book Bleak House by Charles Dickens, and you'll understand the psychology of all of this.
So let's go back to what Brad was saying. He said something about the different races and different things like that. I think it was called servitude, slavery, or something like that, or whatever I read up on. A lot of people that came here, they was offered to come to America. Come here, work for 10 years, you're offered land and a house and some other stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was. I know that's just the main part I remember. They was actually offered something. Now let's go to the Japanese and people like that, how they was treated, different things like that. And one knows in the South, if you was not pure European blood, you was treated fucked up, period. You feel me? Now, those same people that left the South, that went to New York, West Coast, other areas like that, they try to act like the white people. They was doing way worse than the fucking white people that was doing to people in the South. Well, not to hang in the shot, let me take that back. That's way too much to say. But in the West Coast and different things, like there was no free spot for black people to live and actually grow something, period. You went to the West Coast, you was getting kicked out of neighborhoods by Asian people, Hispanic people, Armenians, and different shit like that. Don't know if y'all know that. It's still like that to this day. New York, I can't speak for New York because I haven't did too much history search on New York. And I never really talk about something I do not know nothing about. That's just not me. Now, Alan, everything you were saying, different things like that, I hear you, I understand you, and different things like that. I just don't 100% agree of saying nothing is old and different things like that. And y'all cannot sit here and say, oh, our grandparents didn't do nothing, or I didn't do nothing. Cool, you didn't. But guarantee any of your cousins, it's anybody that's between 80 to 100 years old, it's not 100%. They watch hanging. They watched something that was totally fucking against humane and said nothing about it. Only a few people that was older came out and spoke on it and said, at that point in time, it was a different way of thinking. I changed how I thought. Who said that? The owner of the Cowboys. We're not going to sit here and look at all these photos of hangings and skinnings and we look at a picnic, pick a nigga, and different things like that happened in the 1930s and 40s and the 50s and 60s and shit like that. So y'all gonna have this, like, I don't give a fuck attitude, cool. But also lets me know that you have no heart. It also lets
so that's it. We didn't say
Yeah, can I get in on this since this is
he answered, Brad. I'll be quick. The fact that we didn't say anything, you have no idea what people said. You have no idea what people did or did not do, how they voted, and I'm sorry, Tony, that's a weak argument.
I said it was
Americans.
I'm just gonna speak on it in regards.
Oppose slavery, period, and oppose the treatment.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on this. So the indentured servitude, it's glossed. It was mostly glossed by British historians. Fuck the English, because those guys, I literally wish I could piss in the Queen's fucking skull every day of my life. But you think that it was indentured servitude and they were promised. Usually it was 7 to 10 years, also 15 years. And these motherfuckers signed a contract by a group of people who didn't know how to read. The literacy rate in Ireland was 1% at the time, less than 1%, and it was only held to those who came down from Britain or who had ties to the elites in Britain. The rest of the population didn't know how to fucking read, but yet no problem. We'll go with that they were offered a promise of America. No. They were offered the promise to get off the land, which was actually given to people who aligned with England's interests. So all of the colonialism and all the bullshit that every other country experienced around the world under England's issues, they first tried out in Ireland. That was the testing ground for all of this shit. So those Irish people were gathered up. Children were taken to the tune of 500,000 at a time, put on on these things called coffin ships, and these little boxes that they were allowed to stand in, which were no bigger than, guess what, a fucking coffin. And then they had to sail the months-long voyage across the North Atlantic, which is fucking precarious in its own right, and go and land in a shore and be fucking treated there. They didn't even know if they were actually going to America, because at the same time, guess what? They were also sent to the Caribbean, which is why you have such deep Irish roots or Irish DNA throughout the Caribbean, because guess what? They had to work in the sun and the sugarcane fields as well. Or they were sent to Australia, or they were sent to the continent of Africa to work under the British Empire. This is why Irish people and Irish DNA is so proliferated around the world, is because they were literally kidnapped and sent around the world. And as far as like the potato famine that people want to bring up, they had a blight of potatoes, but it wasn't the food source that was primarily the cause of it. What was the issue of it was that Britain, when there was plenty of food in Ireland at the time of the potato famine, was actually taking all that food and hoarding it up. So when other nations knew of Ireland's struggles, such as the Native Americans in the United States, Middle Easterns, King of Spain, and they tried to send food stores to Ireland to save starving people because they're on an island, they were blocked by, guess who? The twat waffles, buck teeth, fucking red coat, fucking wannabe, pompous ass, inbreded cyst of fucking humanity, the English. So those fucking cock waffles were nothing more than just a parasite on it. And yes, they were conquering. They did a lot of conquering shit. Hats off to them for doing it. The red coats, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? Fuck them. I don't really care. If you dropped a nuke and fucking on Princess Diana's grave, I would do a Irish jig. I don't have any love. And then as far as indentured servitude in America, you would actually be found surprised, because it was more of like a weird parole system, that if the Irish indentured servitude was able to meet the terms of their conditions, all the owner had to do was say, well, they owe me a penny, or they owe me a pound of extra, or I had to do this, or they violated some other thing, and they just had to make it up. And so these people were indentured servitudes for a lot longer than you'd like to think. And usually they were released when they were well past the age where they could keep up with the younger ones. So yes, black slaves were treated, but so were white people. And I suggest you read a little bit more about what was called white cargo back then and actually understand it. And then you can fast forward to where we have slavery that has existed in history. And you don't hear me crying about it. And as far as redlining goes, that people bring up all the time, again, you forget that women were redlined, Jewish people, Black, Hispanic, Irish, all of these people were redlined. We have a whole demographic of it. We literally have this whole system in place where people are like, nah, we're going to redline whole groups. And banks could do that shit. But the only time that you hear about it is, again, when a black person says, we were redlined. But no other groups are sitting there going, yeah, we were redlined too, but somehow we beat that shit. We just decided to build another town.
I don't know, but you realize.
Yeah, so again, I didn't cut you off with your rant, so you can.
I thought you were almost done. My bad.
And when we go to Jim Crow era, I would say anybody directly affected, we owe reparations to. What you are accounting for is, again, a blanket thing due to the fact that everybody sold probably some member in your family a long time ago that you have no recollection of, no historical evidence of, and nothing to actually present. Somebody's going to say, hey, here you go, this happened. There's a lot of shit that happened in the world. And a lot of you have this whole notion that we can't go over to Africa and sue them. We can't sue this because they weren't nations back then. Well, you know what? The U.S. government wasn't the same then either. I mean, we did have a civil war. You don't have the Confederacy to sue. You never sued any of the major holding offices over this. And now all of a sudden you want to do it as a whole by people who were never slaves, which the federal government already deemed in the recent decision in Tulsa, where just because you were black and you were living in the United States does not mean you're entitled to any kind of compensation because of what happened in the past, unless you were directly impacted. And this needs to be a narrative that is stuck in people's heads. You're not going to get free money. You're not going to find a way to get rich, and you're not going to be able to hustle that way. The best thing I can tell you is go get education, which 22 states offer free college. You can get it a plethora of other ways. There is a ton of grants, scholarships. particularly if you're a woman, gay, fucking left-handed, black, Hispanic, Asian, you can get all of that shit.
Non-binary Latino midgets.
Latino midgets. You can get all that shit. And you can take it and go build wealth. And oh, by the way, the thing about we weren't able to build systemic wealth leaves after 3 generations. But guess what else happens? Nobody ever cites the other part of that study. Systemic poverty also leaves after 3 generations.
It's a complete lie, Brad. It's a complete lie. Just like how black people didn't know how to read back then, yet the average black person had a full practical understanding of the Bible. I just don't understand why people are going to continue to perpetuate this lie. And to be very honest with you, a lot of black America better be careful when it comes to the question of reparations and following the money, because a lot of said black people were in business with those white slave owners, okay, and slighted a lot of them as they were losing their businesses. So who really owes who what?
And Brad, to go back, you realize how you can bring up.
Wait, hold on. Before you go, Tony, I want you to make sure. Is anybody that has not had a chance to speak at all want to jump in here? Jason?
Yeah, I would appreciate it, yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, so I'll just say, I guess one thing I always bring up from these conversations is what about the British royal family? I mean, it wasn't this United States government that legalized slavery or set it up. You know, it was the British royal family. They're still around. No one says, let's sue the British royal family and various other noble houses. I mean, lots of British people's retirements, people in Scotland and Ireland and all throughout the British Empire, their retirement was based on shares in slaves in the colonies and revenues derived from that. Those estates are still intact. There is actual continuity of government there. And for any nobles that are still around, I mean, they didn't make new nobles after the 1700s, so we're not very many. So you're going to see a lot of these estates, you can trace it right back to the proceeds of slavery. No one really talks about that. I mean, it's not the colony's fault that there was slavery in the colonies. It's not the U.S. government's fault. And in fact, the U.S. government had to solve that problem and figure out what to do about it. And I don't think, what are we looking at here, 70 or 80 years? I don't think 80 years is such an unreasonable timetable on which to resolve that. Let's say 90 years. I don't think 90 years is so unreasonable. What do you think about that, Tony?
I don't know. I got lost. Oh, yeah, I thought you were just talking right now. You were just talking to me. My bad. I was reading something. I was trying to look up something.
And see, what part of America would otherwise be responsible for paying reparations for slavery? You think that people in California should have to pay black people in Mississippi reparations?
Well, that's already on the table already.
No, that shouldn't be on the table.
No, I'm saying, like California already got some type of...
You didn't listen to what he said, Tony.
Thank you. 70% of the landmass wasn't even a part of the United States, even after the United States became a country, and they still had slavery. So again, is Black America knocking on the door of Spain? Is Black America knocking on the door of Portugal? Is Black America knocking on the door of Mexico?
The deflection is crazy.
No, I'm just asking for consistency. And if we're not going to be consistent, then the whole effort is pointless.
But one thing, anybody has look. My thing is like this. I'm not gonna pick and choose who pays and who's not. Whoever has a big part playing in it pays. Period. The people from our Caribbean and different things like that, we understand that they have to go through the Queen and shit like that because of the things they did.
So you think that people in the state of Hawaii, their tax dollars should be used to pay reparation?
Can I finish? I said the companies. I said, fuck the government. The government don't want to pay up. Fuck it. We can sue the companies that played a big part in that shit. And they still living. They companies are still going to this day. So y'all need. So like, if you want to bring up that, I have a backup. Then another backup.
Hold on. I know you can make up new arguments if your previous argument fails. Thanks for admitting that. So to Adam's point, that's being I think overlooked. I just want to hammer it home. So slavery officially ended in 1865, right? So here's the states in the Union that were not states at the time. Colorado added it in 1876. North Dakota South Dakota, Montana, Washington, all added in 1889. Idaho, Wyoming added in 1890. Utah in 1896, Oklahoma in 1907, New Mexico in 1912, Arizona in 1912, and Alaska and Hawaii in 1959. So, what do you supporters of reparations think about taxpayers' dollars from those states that weren't even part of the union going towards it? Seems to me like a pretty unfair ask, but I'd love to hear your response.
I mean, if someone specifically going to that state saying that, then you're a dummy. You're a dummy. A person's a dummy to even think to even say, "Oh, let me go ask Nebraska this." No, they send the government. That's number one. And two, people keep bringing up California and different things like that. Those motherfuckers did way worse than the fucking South was, even to this day. They fucked up. So like
no, hold on. Give me an example of what California did that was way worser, to quote you. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So we know in the South there was the KKK and shit like that. Cool. We understood there.
You think it's cool? The KKK.
No,
was
like,
cool?
I don't mean, when I say cool, I don't mean like that's cool. I mean that's saying that's just like a period. You feel me? I mean, saying I made a statement.
I don't feel you.
I don't want you feeling me, but
I'm not really
it's like
following.
harassment.
Can you maybe get to the point?
Yeah, you said that you said and I quote, what California did was way worser.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, please explain.
I appreciate you for letting me finish. And so what happened was in the South or whatever, we had sundown towns, you had the KKK, but black people were still able to build something like Atlanta, different cities in Houston, different things like that. In California, you try to do any type of building, they burned your shit down.
Wait a minute. Tony, have you ever been to Richmond, California?
In Oakland?
Or Oakland?
No, Oakland's a different city.
I'm saying Oakland.
Have you ever been to Richmond?
No, you asked me if I've been. No, I've not been.
Have you ever been to Oakland? Have you ever been to Oakland?
I just a black town.
What about East Palo Alto? How about Compton? How about Watts? How about Hawthorne?
Can I finish?
What about Ladera Heights?
Because right now you're losing.
Shit, what about Culver City?
Yeah, that's not a black town. That's a Jewish town. But so don't forget, I live in LA. so then like I said, like Compton, any places like that, a lot of business that was going to stuff like that. You understand that they did hire Southern police officers to bring them over there because why black people couldn't really build nothing out there, even if they tried to.
Okay, so hold on. I want you to tell me what California did that was way worser. Your words. Then what happened in the South? You haven't gotten to the way worser part. Get to the way worser part.
They couldn't build nothing in California.
White people are complaining about that today.
A lot of black people out there are dumb as fuck. Let's be honest. They don't know too much due to the fact that they don't have.
Wait a minute. Now you are being the most bigoted person on the stage. Did you literally just say that black people are stupid and don't know too much?
To the South, yes.
Black people, hold on. According to Tony, black people are stupid and don't know too much.
He said they are dumb as fuck and don't know too much. They're dumb as fuck.
I mean, if anything, the conditions of California, how they've engaged in institutional racism along his logic, is actually more detrimental to white people today, given the existence of the California Coastal Commission. So, I mean, it's very funny to me how he wants to say that, California was so oppressive towards people of color, and he still can't point to me what color those people were, where they lived, and what specifically happened to them. You're making bits and pieces of sound bites and talking points, and you're not really making an actual point or an argument.
I mean, to you, because you're not that bright, but I can just land.
And that's not going to work either.
Because you're not.
I'm just letting you know you're not going to get very far doing that.
And I'm okay. Because if you didn't comprehend what I said, I just go on mute. I said what I said. If you didn't comprehend, that's okay. You can use big words to try to make it sound just say nothing, but anybody that understands what I said and actually did their research.
Tony, the reason you're getting pushback here is because what you said didn't make any sense, and we're giving you an opportunity to try to make some.
I mean, every time I explain, I get mid cut off.
No, you said. I'll repeat what you said. You said what happened in California was way worser than what happened in the South.
Build nothing out there.
Hold on. And then when I drilled into it, you said that the blacks in California were dumb as fuck. They don't know too much. Honestly, Tony, I think that your talking points are clearly the most anti-black that I've heard on this stage.
Well, it seems like Mr. wants to say something, and I guess I would say, Tony, you didn't really answer the question of what California did.
I did.
You said black people couldn't build anything, but you didn't say what California did that led to that.
So what he's referring
to that
is a task force in the county of Los Angeles. Okay, he claims to live in the county of Los Angeles. So next to where Dodger Stadium was built, a lot of that subdivision was cleared out to basically.
Are you talking about Echo Park?
Yes, and then so it was supposed to be dedicated towards affordable housing, and it was repurposed as otherwise. So they put together a task force to investigate potential claims that any people who occupied that region or any of their descendants may have today. And none of that had anything to do with black people.
Oh, I didn't say anything about that. You did. Sorry.
Tony, you're in Hollywood. Are you gay?
That's West Hollywood. I'm in Hollywood. That's a big difference.
But are you gay?
You got East Hollywood, you got West Coast, you got the West Hollywood. That's where the gay people are at.
Are you gay?
I live where everybody else that's not gay live at.
Okay, but are you gay?
I am not gay. You know about West Hollywood? Are you gay? You gonna hang out in one of the little rainbow clubs over there?
No, when I went to Hollywood, I would hang out specifically at the Troubadour. That was my hangout.
Well, I stay on Vine and Sunset.
Have you ever been to the Troubadour?
The what?
The Troubadour, the most popular club next to the Whiskey in the history of Hollywood or LA in general.
Probably not. No.
You've never heard of the Troubadour, and you live in Hollywood.
Yeah, I've been living here since 2018, so I probably have not heard of it.
Jesus Christ. Have you ever heard of the Seventh Veil?
No.
So you don't know anything about Hollywood. What do you do? Just sit in your house and play video games?
No, I just get invited to places. I just go, look at the address, and I show up.
This is weird. How is it that somebody that lived in Northern California knows more about your fucking town than you?
Because I'm from Texas and you're from California.
How long have you been in Hollywood?
Since 2018.
So you've been there for 7 years, and somebody that's visited there a dozen times knows more about it than you.
Dude, that's kind of like one of the most iconic music spots, and I'm not even from California, dude. What are we talking about? I do not know what the Troubadour is.
Seventh Veil?
I know
that's a strip club.
No, we talking about the Troubadour. He was mentioning.
Oh, okay. You also mentioned Seventh Veil, and I know that's definitely
that's iconic for a different reason.
Yeah, Seventh Veil is one of the grimier strip clubs of all time, and the only reason that people might know the name is because Motley Crue sang about.
Do they still have the guitars hanging on the wall at the Troubadour, or no?
The only time I've ever been in the Troubadour, I wasn't looking what was on the walls. I was looking what was 6 inches in front of me.
That's fair.
It's fucking wild. It's amazing.
Hey, can I answer the question on why?
I know about the Viper room.
Hold on. Yes, you can, Hikima. Yes, you can, but I want to answer something from the chat. Harry asked, have you ever been to the Viper Room? I never went into the Viper Room, but I will say that I was in the Hollywood Hills at a party with friends the night that River Phoenix died at the Viper Room. And so there was a chick that came to that party, it was like fucking sun's coming up, and she was just busting out crying, bawling, and I was in Hollywood when River Phoenix passed away, but not at the Viper Room. I wasn't swanky enough for that. At that stage of my life, I was all about well drinks at dive bar.
Okay, I want to answer real quick on why the government and not California or not some immigrant who just got here in the 1950s. Why it's the United States government? Because they legalized slavery. They enforce fucking slave laws. They suppress fucking slave revolts. They stole land from blacks after Reconstruction. Not to talk about the redlining and the Jim Crow that happened afterwards, all sanctioned by the United States government. So it ain't about what state you live in. My state didn't do this. The government did. If you don't want to be part of the government, you don't want your taxpayer money to pay for it, then leave the fucking country. But that don't change the fact that the government, United States government, owed the debt. Not Mississippi, not Alabama, not Virginia, the United States government. Not Great Britain, not Spain, not fucking Portugal. The United States government owed the debt.
The United States government owned slaves? No. Can somebody answer my question?
No, it didn't.
Okay, so allowing something and being the direct causation of carrying out a traumatic practice are two entirely different things. I don't think the government is responsible for that. Now, if you want to go after those individual slave owners, then I can definitely understand your case. But to go after the federal government for simply allowing something and not owning or engaging in that practice themselves, I feel like that's just inconsistent. You're not really holding the problem accountable.
Did you miss the part where I say that they suppressed slave revolts? So when slaves got out of hand, the United States government shot troops in there
and they suppressed the votes of women for a lot longer period of time in American history. Wait,
hold on. Listen, I'm probably the single greatest abolitionist on this app. My favorite founding father is Thomas Paine, who was an abolitionist before it was cool. But in regards to squashing the slave revolt, if the policy is to allow slaves and the slaves are revolting, wouldn't the common sense thing be that they're going to squash the revolt?
Well, yes.
So who do you think built the White House?
But more narrowly, I don't think what Hakima said is factual. The U.S. government didn't allow slavery. Slavery was allowed by the British monarchy, and it was part of the laws of the colonies. It wasn't in the U.S. government's power under the Articles of Confederation.
It was.
To change anything about slavery. Please, let me finish my argument. Then rebut the argument, okay, or disagree with the elements of it that you do. The Articles of Confederation didn't give the government the power to have anything to do with commerce within the colonies. All of the legal codes of the colonies were inherited as they were immediately following the U.S. Revolution. This is what are called the Reception Statutes or statutes in most colonies, and that's why you see the common law continue as it was, and they keep using English law in Pennsylvania and everywhere else. They just kept using the same system of laws. And under that system of laws, slavery was allowed by the British monarchy. Jim Crow was also never the policy of the U.S. government. It was the policy of states. In many cases, we're talking about what are clearly state policies enforced by the states. The U.S. government was not much involved either in, it didn't write those policies, but also was not involved in enforcing those policies outside of maybe large revolts. You know, for the most part, catching slaves, returning them, everything else, that would be handled by state forces, and it was. So I think there is a kind of category here.
Yeah, I want to respond to something Tony said. By the way, that was great information, Jason. Hopefully people caught everything he was laying down. But so Tony mentions the 3/5 clause. I don't think Tony understands the 3/5 clause. In fact, the people that were opposing slavery did not want slaves to be counted in the census. It was those that wanted the slaves to be counted as a full person they wanted that in the census so they could then retain them as slaves. So make no mistake about this, Tony. If they didn't have the 3/5 compromise, if they would have counted the slaves as a full person, this is the lack of understanding, and that it's. I don't blame you. I blame the education system in this country. If they would have counted blacks as specifically the slaves in the census, slavery would have continued even longer. And so when people mention the 3/5 compromise and they say, "Oh, they only thought we were 3/5 of a human," it is the most ignorant argument, and points to evidence that you know nothing about the issue at all. The other thing that you mentioned that I want to address, because you do bring up some stupid shit, is who built the White House. My guess is you're going to say, just confirm yes or no, and then I'll continue. But yes or no, you're going to say it was built by slaves, correct?
Well, an independent contractor that employed slaves or that had slaves.
Hold on. I'll get to you.
But they definitely weren't government slaves. I'll tell you that. There's no record to say the government owned slaves.
I think I can handle this part of it. Tony, yes or no? Were you going to say slaves built the White House?
The information's in the chat.
So you don't want to talk about it. Let's see. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck you put in chat. You spam the chat. So why don't you answer me yes or no? Were you going to say that the slaves built the White House? Okay, you don't want to answer. It's a social audio app. Okay, Tony doesn't want to have an audio conversation. So no, the slaves partially built the White House. It was designed by James Hoban, and there was also free black laborers. So there were blacks that were free that participated on that project. There was also immigrants, and this included some highly skilled people, that understood things like stonemasonry. So that was Irish and Scottish predominantly, but yes, there were some slaves that contributed. But the idea that people just shorthand say that the White House was built by slaves, partially true, partially untrue. So yeah, but Tony doesn't know his history. Tony thinks that the U.S. government coming up with the 3/5 clause was a negative thing for black people. Was actually a positive thing. In fact, the best thing for them would have been for them to have not been counted at all. But he doesn't know that because he doesn't fucking read.
Well, and Roger, and this is where I want to continue to belabor the point that the United States government never owned any slaves. So, allowing something and somebody driving that train are two different things. You allowing something and not stopping the train by intervening as the government is entirely separate from a person who's committing the act. So for that reason, I don't feel like the government should have to pay reparations. They shouldn't. And where does the line stop? Okay, are you going to give reparations to women? Are you going to give reparations to women because their female counterparts behind them had their votes weren't counted? They weren't extended the same type of constitutional rights that women now get to experience today. Where does the line stop? Where does it stop?
It stops when people stop fighting for it.
Or is it just exclusively special because of black people?
Come on. Why are the people against reparations so angry about it? There's no.
That's the crazy part to me.
This conversation is not going to sway the United States government.
If you and the proponents of reparations want to sue individual slave owners and bloodlines, then have at it. But leave our federal government tax dollars alone. That's all we're saying.
Can I finish? Why? I don't get the anger, but
Kimmy, your phone sounds a little muffled, champ.
We don't get the anger. Why are you trying to dip into our tax dollars? We don't get the anger.
Tony, what do you think about the national debt? If we pay out, and Hakeem, if we pay out reparations to African descendants of slaves here in America, What do you think about the federal debt? How much should we increase the federal debt by? 2 trillion, 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 50 trillion? How many trillions would make you happy? Thank you very much for consideration of this question.
No trillion, not a single. Wait, hold on. There is a group out there advocating that the debt that's owed is $6 quadrillion, which is 46 or 47 times the global GDP. So not only are they asking for something that's unreasonable, they're asking for something that's mathematically not feasible.
But I was asking Hakima and Tony, how many trillions would make your claim, satisfied? Thank you.
I'm gonna try to answer. The debt is a joke. Like people are complaining about the debt. $1 trillion now is 37 trillion, and people gonna still be complaining about the debt when they get 152. Like it is a fucking joke. It's never gonna go away. Never gonna get paid. The spending, the borrowing is not gonna stop.
Okay, so your first point is it's a joke, but how many trillions would satisfy the debt? Thank you for the consideration of the question.
May I finish? But back to what Jason said, somehow Great Britain had, like, they are the ones who instituted, like, did slavery. That's the not check. I mean, they was a major role, but they definitely stopped. The War 1812, they definitely came and burnt down the fucking White House. And that's what Tony talking about when the slaves rebuilt it. But how do you blame the fucking British when you look their ass at something back to now go back and say the British owe or Spanish owe or Portugal, everybody but the United States government owes the debt. It's just crazy. For him to say that, like, what I said was the truth, that the government didn't suppress slavery votes. They totally did. They definitely had federal laws that allow slavery. So they act like, the federal government has sat back and allowed it. So, but they're not responsible. That's ridiculous. This wouldn't be a country if the federal government don't have any responsibility. Like, what is their
Okay,
role?
do you think 17 trillion would be a good number? 17 trillion?
Chill, man. I want to have a good conversation.
I'm just asking how many trillions. No one's giving me the answer but Tony. I don't want to argue either, but Tony put 17 trillion in the chat. Hakima, do you agree with 17 trillion?
John's been trying to derail with the stupid debt thing.
It doesn't make any sense, man. But Hakima, man, like, if we're gonna be honest, right? I'm surprised that you're surprised that people have a visceral reaction to the idea of reparations. I think reparations are reprehensible, and I think that I would be embarrassed if I supported reparations. I would feel like less than myself. Like, I'm not talking about you, how you should feel. I'm saying that I would feel like, I look at it as tantamount to begging. This is the way I view reparations. And so, like, my tax dollars would be going towards paying reparations. And I think it's despicable. I think the idea of reparations is despicable. That, it's a stain on the history of America. Slavery was. It's horrible. It's horrific. It's all of those things. But
17 trillion is not that much, Anthony. Jeez, it's only 17 trillion.
I pray that I don't get a green bean, John, because I will see your ass later, bro. Listen.
Don't get angry. It's just 17 trillion.
Anthony, hold on. We're not doing interruptions today. The one thing that separates this room from the rest of the fucking rooms on Clubhouse. No interruption.
Thank you, bro. Except when I'm speaking.
I'd like to jump in after Anthony when there's.
I would like to as well. I'm almost landed, y'all. I'm almost landed. So, Hakima, like, there was a legal framework in this country. All right? It was legal. The government doesn't owe anybody shit. The citizens of this country inherited slavery. They made a decision to keep it legal. They paid for it in blood with the Civil War. This idea that people are owed anything, it's despicable. Thank you for listening.
I mean, I guess you would take that viewpoint, all things considered. But to say that it's begging, I mean, like, that's anti-capitalism. It's a debt. And capitalism in this system is built on debt. So basically saying that since you guys didn't pay the debt right away, it goes away. Like, let's set that precedent where we just let debt go the fuck away. Just because somebody the person in power refused to pay it. Because they hadn't paid that shit in 1865, we wouldn't have this conversation. Maybe the slaves would have blew the money and shit would have been over with and we would have been probably worse off or whatever. But they should have fucking paid it. And just for the simple fact they did not fucking pay it, now that the people are asking what people have been asking, like Brian said earlier, all of a sudden you ask for reparations. It's not all of a fucking sudden. People been asking for this shit for over 100 years. And okay, you got it.
Hang on, see, so I just wanted to keep it brief. Were you done?
What? No, I wasn't done. Did I mute
Okay,
up?
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I just asked if you were done, so you can continue.
I was talking. How the fuck you stop me from talking and ask me am I done?
It was made by mistake, Hakima. It was by mistake.
Take a breath.
I did it by mistake, Hakima. It was a mistake on my end.
I saw moves come. I thought, whatever. Y'all weird and stuff. Y'all get.
I was going to say briefly, so Mojo, you were giving Jason flowers earlier for dropping facts about really the federal government never had any involvement with the oppression of black people in this country. So just a couple of highlighting points. Obviously, the voting rights for black people came much later. Early segregation within the federal government, separating black employees from white employees, and of course, federal housing policies from the 1930s, very infamously known as redlining, all from the federal government. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's worth mentioning that if you add up the it depends and the support, it's actually 56% right now. So it's majority of the room. So I'm gonna lean into the it depends category for a second, and I'm gonna give the proposal that I've heard about 65% of conservatives on Clubhouse have agreed with me or said they would be open to it. I've never heard Brad or Roger's response to it, though, so I'm going to give it. It goes like this. Jim Crow segregation was federally, legally mandated segregation that shouldn't have happened. There are African Americans still alive today that experienced it. So only that group, which would be people who are 61 years old or older, should receive reparations. That reparations can be based off of the same number that was given to white slave owners for reparations in the 1860s, which was like $370, adjusted for Dow Jones increases over the last 100-something years. So it would come out to about $150,000. The total cost of this would be about $450 billion one time. So what is your thought on that? And again, it's only for people who are alive during Jim Crow segregation, which was sanctioned by the federal government.
I think if you were alive and you have a grievance, you have a much better case. I am sympathetic to the reparations that were paid out to Japanese that were interned. My objection to slavery is based on who is complaining about the grievance. If you were not impacted directly, I would not give you a penny. And if the people that you're asking to pay are no longer alive, look, if the victim and the perpetrator of a crime are both gone, then what we do is we say, wow, that was a tragedy. But if the victim's alive and the perpetrator is alive, I don't see why we wouldn't want to seek justice.
Hey, Roger, quick question, Roger. Hey, do you think they should have paid it right away, like they promised? Do you think they should have paid it?
I think, I'll tell you this, from a practical standpoint, it would have been far fucking cheaper when there was a lot less people to pay, and when it would have just been better. Because think about it this way. Once upon a time, 40 acres and a mule, there was 40 acres that you could have gave to each of these folks.
there was enough mules to go around. I mean, the 40 acres of the mule thing can't be paid out because we don't have 40 million mules on planet Earth. Like the reality is
keep the fucking mule.
Okay, great. What do you want? What do you want in replacement of the mule? You want an EBT card?
$5,000. Whatever fucking mule costs today. Plus interest. Don't forget the fucking interest.
Well, this is the problem. When you start factoring in the interest and you multiply it by 40 million Black Americans, that's where you get this absurd number of $6 quadrillion, which averages out to $151 million for every Black American.
You don't multiply by the amount of slaves or the interest is based on the time.
No. You're not listening. For somebody who doesn't like being cut off, you just did that to me. So what's fascinating is you didn't listen to what I said. There's a study out there, and there's a group that advocates for this. They calculated the interest based over time, like they calculated the hours that were not paid for labor based on the average wage, and then they collected interest over all this time. That's how they got to the number, and the number was $6 quadrillion. And then they divide the $6 quadrillion by the 40 million blacks that are in this country today, and that's where they get to the number of 151 million. So I don't know what it was. Listen, and if you want to criticize that, don't criticize me. I'm just quoting a group that's advocating for them.
Yeah, they retired it. That's how, because like $6 quadrillion, it don't even exist.
Yeah, it's 46 times the global GDP.
They might as well give us the sun. Like here's the sun, and it's yours, and you can restrict it from everybody.
Why not ask for that at this point? Because like it's to me.
Roger, you're diabolical, bro.
You know what? We could probably, when we terraform Mars, we could then maybe adjudicate and say that you can get 40 acres of Mars land. We didn't say where the 40 acres was going to be.
You said, why not ask for the sun?
This poll is interesting. 23% support, 44% do not support, 35% are in that it depends, which means that if the people that support reparations were to convert a plan for those that say it depends, get some sort of compromise, you could get to 58% is what this is telling me. So maybe the most important people in this room are those that with the purple that say it depends. So Don and Dr. Adams, maybe some people in the chat, what does it depend on? Don?
I think that, I don't know, I'm not a reparations expert. I think that there's a lot of factors, and it's just not my expertise. So I don't even get involved in that. That's why I say it depends. I mean, I couldn't even begin to be for or against, or I don't know.
Hey, Ms. Lopez, here's a question for you. Do you think a debt is owed? Like we, not to get to the nuance of who owed and from who. Do you think a debt is owed to somebody?
Yes, but is this a debt? Or is this something horrible that happened to people?
I mean, it's both. I would say it's both. I mean, something horrible happened, and it's a debt, a repairing of a nation.
Hey, she
should have been done.
She just set a bar though. I like that. Wait, I was gonna say this though.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? She just said a bar though.
Oh, you don't understand. It's
Roger, that's street vernacular. You know, when somebody says something that's kind of like poetic in a way, the reaction is she set a bar.
I think Roger know that part. I think he didn't. He because I missed it also. So I think that's what he meant.
But no, I agree to what Roger said a second ago, talking about on the people that depends and stuff like that. A lot of people in America are on that in the middle. But the thing is, when people bring up reparations and stuff like that, people want to attack everybody and say you don't have to say so. And then people that depend, they're gonna say fuck you. You gotta convince people. Like people gotta convince others if you want something done. You can't. Nothing's gonna always depend on just what you feel.
Tony,
I think a lot of people gotta wake up on that.
Tony, I got a question for you. How many slaves do you think there were brought to America?
I have to do my research. I'm not one of the people. I'm not
under 300,000.
Yeah,
I don't know. One thing, if you realize about anything about me, I'll say logical stuff. I'm not one of the people that say, "Oh, the history said this and the number said this."
Okay.
I do my research. I do my research.
Tony, what does your research say about the amount of slaves that were taken to Brazil?
Again, I have to do my research on the exact number.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've always found it fascinating that Brazil, there was 10x the amount of slaves taken to Brazil than there were to the U.S. And for some reason, and I've never, ever, and I mean never, ever heard anyone on Clubhouse talk about the reparations that are owed to people in Brazil. I've never heard this.
That's because you're not listening. The Caribbean. Tony, I know you think your voice means more than that, but I'm talking. But the Caribbean do have a reparation movement going that more than likely do include Brazil, and they are, from my understanding, a lot closer to achieving their goals than Black Americans are.
But the thing is, Mojo, is that a lot of people don't even know about that. They don't know about the sugar cane and different things like that. They think it only happened in America. That's why you don't realize people speaking on it. But a person like me that knows about the Caribbean, everything happened in the Caribbean, different things like that.
So Tony, on a scale from 1 to 10, on a scale from 1 to 10, one representing that you know nothing about the transatlantic slave trade, and 10 means you're an expert and know everything about it. Where would you put yourself on that scale from 1 to 10?
I'm in the middle. I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not a dumbass. A dumbass only say he knows everything. And a dumbass is the only person that's make it sound they know what they're talking about.
So 1 to 10, where do you rate yourself?
I said a 5.
A 5. Okay, a 5. Interesting. And
so I'm not going to bring up articles and say, "Oh, this article said this in 1858." This I'm not about to do all that.
Wait, were you aware that 10 times the amount of slaves were taken to Brazil than the U.S.?
The Queen did that. Yes, in Spain. I know a little bit about
Actually, no, it was Portugal. So I would give you a 4.
Okay, well, give me a 4. I was close.
10 times the amount of slaves were taken to Portugal?
No, from Portugal to Brazil.
From Portugal.
Yeah, because you got to realize that over 12 million slaves, from what they say, over 12 million slaves were brought from Africa. 300,000 landed in North America, what we call the United States. Basically, the other almost 12 million landed throughout the Caribbean islands in South and Central America.
That was beforehand, right? Before anything, they said, "Oh, they're in the Caribbean with the sugar canes and stuff like that." Went back to the Queen to get more boats and different things like they found cotton. Then ran off with the money that they owed the Queen, and that's what started the war with us.
Can I just point out that I'm really unhappy with this poll feature? The fact that I don't have the option to turn off who said what in this poll, I think it should be anonymous. And I think everyone should write to Paul and Rowan to let them know that that feature needs to be changed. The other thing is the math on here is just not mathing. We've got 3 choices and we've got a total of 102%. I mean, this is basic shit that they can figure. I mean, I don't understand, much about coding, but I feel like I could, with help from ChatGPT, I could code something that adds up numbers.
Amen, Mojo. And while we're at it, because it's probably a high school, sorry, Don, I'm going to finish real quick. It's probably a high school coder that they got to do this. They're just throwing paint at the wall. Like, let's charge them $5 thing. Albeit, the whole reason why people vote a lot is to be anonymous. And again, this is the hill I'm going to die on. How can they charge anybody? I don't care if it's $5 a month or $1 a month when they can't find a 19-year-old coder who can figure out how to actually enable all users to delete any message in your back channel that you no longer want, and therefore does not indicate you have 5 messages, 7 messages, 6 messages. They don't do that because they have to keep the shiny thing in front of us to keep engaged.
Also, I wanted to add to this, these votes or these polls, they stay on your bio, which I wasn't aware until I looked at my bio.
I think you should have the option for deleting them.
Right, at least that, right?
I think what they're going to do with these polls, I think they rolled this out rather than just a feature to amuse us. I think what they're going to do is they're going to go look at these polls, and then they're going to aggregate some of this information, and they're going to put it together and sell it as market research to people that are interested, especially when it comes to politics. I think like something like this, like a poll on reparations, this won't be the only poll on reparations, but then they can go and search out keywords, and then they can put all of this, for anybody that would want to buy this type of information.
Well, market research is expensive, so yes, they will do that, no doubt.
Yeah, I like that I have 2 different polls in my on my profile that you could see where I've asked about the attractiveness of Monica. She fared very well in both of those polls, by the way. Are we done with reparations? Can we move on? Can we talk about something else?
Please.
What do you want to talk about, Hakima?
Shit, we can talk about toenails.
I was just trimming my toenails while I was on mute.
Good reminder, I have to get a mani-pedi today. I just got
Where do you go to get this done? Do you go somewhere fancy?
I have nowhere regular, and I don't get them painted or anything. I just like to get, pampered once in a blue moon. Just your neighborhood spot, it's, I think 17, does this seem crazy? $17 to just get your nails done without getting them painted. Does that seem high? I don't know. Maybe it's California price.
I think that's reasonable. Are they throwing the toes in at that price?
Oh, no. So, mani-pedi, again, no paint, no polish, $45 out the door. Yeah,
that's pretty good. And a good pedicure, they're going to give you the good old fashioned massage down at the calf, all the way up to the calf. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm a big believer in getting pampered. When I lived in the Bay Area, I used to drive out to Cupertino from the East Bay to this spot that had you put your feet in the water, and they'd have these fish that would like pull the dead skin off your toes. And I did that like once a month, and then there was a news report that said that place had been closed down because people were getting like infections from it. So I dodged a bullet. I never got an infection, but I always thought it was cool that you could, pamper yourself with fish.
How did it feel?
I tickled a little bit, but not much, because your feet were like soaking in water, and it just looks weird. But it's the experience. I'm gonna guess Anthony's never had a pedicure. Anthony, do you ever let other people touch your feet?
If I had to bet, it would be a definite yes for Anthony. I hope he answered.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, I do. I go where I have like my mimosa and stuff like that.
Do you allow men to rub your feet?
No, you cannot.
Do you and Anthony ever get like scalp massages? I mean, assuming if you're bald.
I'm not bald. I got hair.
I was asking the bald PTRs.
Oh, the bald PTR. Oh, okay.
I went to a barber that wanted to charge extra for a buzz cut, and I just thought, like, why? That's the easiest thing to do. They were explaining that, like, it's not. In order to make sure you get every hair, it's actually more tedious. I don't buy that because I used to be able to shave my head. Yeah, I could shave my head myself. Like, you know, I was pretty good at doing that. I keep my hair. Every now and again, I let a little straggler pop up, but I like to keep it down to the skin.
That's bullshit. I've been doing hair since '92, and I'll tell you, that is bullshit.
Hey, Roger, so you're bald in real life?
Yeah. I've got a little bit of a problem with the hairline on the top. It's funny. I've got like the hair up front, but I'm developing this like center of the head baldness thing, and it's not bald. It's just thin, and so sometimes I'll grow it out and then just wear hats. But like I just don't like the hairline. Like typically I take it all down. In the wintertime, I might go with like a like a mid skid fade, and let some hair persist on the top, just because it keeps you a little warmer.
Yeah, I wore a bald head all through the '90s when I was as a teen. I wore a bald head, but now I got dreads. I might be going back bald again because my dreads so long that they're pulling on my dreads, so it's thinning my scalp out. So I might just cut it all off. And I can't imagine having a fucking haircut, going to the barbershop every week. So it's either dreads or bald.
You know, a haircut that took precision is the flat top. I remember doing those. Oof. Those take a hot minute, yeah.
I wish I could. I wish I had some hair, more hair on the top. I would do a mullet. I think soccer players have brought mullets back, and they look very stylish if done correctly. Any of you fans of mullet?
No, I used to cut my ex's hair in a mullet, but the hair in the back was super long to the middle of the back, and the sides were clippered at number 3, and it went into a flat top on the top. It was a really cool cut, and that was a bitchin' haircut because it was styled, but I can't stand it.
The haircut you just described is the haircut of choice for about 75% of the roster of pro wrestling in the mid 80s for Jim Crockett Promotions. It was kind of in the Mid-South area. Like that was a very popular style. Like super long in the back, shaved on the sides, and then styled on the top.
Yep.
I have some growing tail, though. I'm trying to bring that back. That was a big thing when I was younger. So I'm bringing back the tail.
No. You know what? I haven't seen those in years.
I had a duck tail.
Yeah, once it's long enough, I'm going to braid it, and I'm going to put beads in it.
I had that too. gone to school, all the girls want to braid my hair. Can I braid their hair?
Yeah, I like to close these polls after they get 100 votes, but it's been a slow day on Clubhouse, so I don't know if we're going to get to 100 votes here. Those of you in the chat that are not voting, shame on you.
Yeah, I think everyone in the chat should vote. And let's see where you're at on that. We got another one. I was surprised to see that the U.S. has paid reparations. I put it in the chat. I put the paragraphs in the chat. 2 different cities for wrongdoings, or like the Tuskegee Airmen, things like that. The crimes, but I don't know how this is going to go. I have no idea. The legalities and the amounts and everything. No idea.
I mean, it seems like something that is on the face of it, like just completely illegitimate, the idea of reparations for slavery. And what it really indicates is like some sentiment against what the law or the government are really supposed to be about. Like they're not about doing good, okay, or being fair in the most generic sense. There is space for other people in society to do that. They're about addressing wrongs that have some kind of legal basis for addressing those wrongs. And slavery is never going to come under that. You know, it just can never come under it. It's just both because it was legal and because it was legalized by the government we inherited it from. Okay, if you want to say making it legal was wrong and is the fault of somebody, okay, that's the British king. That's not us. It's it's in the state charters and all that kind of stuff. It's not something the U.S. government did. So you just can't make all Americans pay for something America didn't do, America didn't set up, America didn't do, and that America wound down relatively aggressively. I mean, unwinding slavery in your society is not an easy task. Not a lot of societies have done it. A lot of societies have been destroyed by the attempt to do so. It's not something that, I mean, it's kind of remarkable that the U.S. survived slavery. Because typically what you get with slavery is like, people can't be enslaved forever. They're going to do a revolt and kill everybody and get free. I mean, they can't, how long can they endure that for? You know, so that certainly was a potential outcome. But okay, we unwound it. I mean, what could we have done better here that we didn't do? You know, are you going to say 90? Okay, it could have been 70 years, not 90, but are you going to tell me it could have been 10 years? I mean, is that realistic?
It's an argument against reparations for slavery. It's not an argument against reparations for the subsequent Jim Crow and all the things that the government actually did do.
Yeah, the governments that did them, yes, you're right. Those state governments did those things. And if we go to the states and we say, look, you did Jim Crow, you got to pay, it's hard for me to say that's wrong. But then, like, okay, Alaska and Hawaii, what did they do? You know, So.
Well, yeah, I mean, Alaska, Hawaii, but there's 11 other states that, weren't states in 1865. But I appreciate expanding it into things like Jim Crow and other injustices. I think specificity is the most important thing. And I think where this argument usually gets hung up on both sides is the generic argument where, if you just say, oh, a debt is owed, okay, well, you're going to have to break that down. Like, who was the victim specifically? Who was the one that violated them? And then who are we proposing we pay it out to? How is it paid out? Who pays up? All that kind of stuff. All of those things matter. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say that if you want taxpayers to fund it, because taxpayers are responsible for the country's debt, the state's debt, but we also, as voters, have a right to have a say on what we spend money on. And so I think if you're looking for taxpayer dollars, taxpayers should have a say in this. And this is why I think taxpayers are going to say no. Where I think an easier ask, at least towards the federal government, for anything that you think they might have done wrong, is to go after the 28% of federally owned land. That's just an easier pill to swallow for taxpayers.
How do we get back from toenails to reparations? What the fuck is going on, Rob?
Well, we've got 50 votes so far, and so far the plurality are supporting are in the do not support camp.
I don't see it that way.
But you do have 60%. Well, right now it's 42% say do not support, so that's a plurality. It's not a majority. If you count it depends. If you wanted to say that 50% of those go in either camp, then you can cross the 50% barrier. But the support camp just needs to come up with an argument to flip more. I mean, 36% saying it depends. What you should be asking, if you're really in support of it, is asking those people that say it depends, like specifically, what does it depend on, and how can you get them on your side? How can you turn it from an it depends to a support, and maybe even to a staunch support?
Clarity. I just think they would just need some clarity on what it is, and I think that'll push most of the people into the support camp.
Is anybody in this room opposed to when the U.S. government paid reparations to the Japanese that were interned? Is anybody in opposition to that?
No.
How did they sort that out again? Exactly. How did they allocate? How did they know? I guess it was more immediate, so it was easier to see who was directly impacted.
Those were actual survivors that were paid out, and the dollar amount, I think, if you look at what they were paid, I think if we did something similar for to address the issue that Black Americans may have, I think that number people would find offensive. They still probably vote in support of it, but this is one of the questions I always have is like, does the issue go away afterwards? Like, what do we do? Do we then say, okay, we're in a post-racist America, the debt has been paid, and then everything is great? And how do you put a dollar amount on that? I always find it weird, even in cases where, somebody was, killed, and there's a restitution that's owed for that. How do you come up with a dollar amount? Just pain and suffering. I would not want to be the one that puts a dollar amount on it, because it feels like no matter what you pick, somebody could disagree and be like, oh, that's what you think a life is worth,
It won't go away, even with Japanese people, right? Like, they got reparations reparations. Japanese people, Japanese Americans are doing great in America. But when I was attending more regularly at Sokoji in San Francisco, there were always one or two people that were like, oh, now we need to go to the something or other for Japanese Americans who were interned. And, you know, the white people did this. America did this to us. And it's like, bitch, you're a lawyer. You have a good life. And so does everybody else. I don't understand why you keep reaching back to this, you know, and it's like, and obviously Japanese people themselves, like so many people are like, oh, you need to visit Hiroshima. It's like, do I ever say to them, you need to visit Pearl Harbor? You know?
I will say,
like some people don't let go of shit. Yeah.
Well,
are you going to compare Hiroshima to Pearl Harbor and the amount of loss? I'm just curious if you're saying that with a straight face.
No, I'm saying it with a straight face because they started it, and and Hiroshima is justified and Pearl Harbor was not. Okay? Hiroshima was part of the conduct of a war that they started. But I never say that to them. Did you go to Pearl Harbor?
What rarely comes up in this, too, is the fact that the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki actually saved lives on both sides of the conflict.
I mean, yeah, it's not any worse. What would they do to Nagasaki or Hiroshima if they didn't nuke it? They would firebomb it. That's what
they had been doing. And if they would have continued doing that, the death tolls would have been much higher. Not to mention, the death tolls on our side would have been higher.
I had a friend. She's passed away now. Very elderly Japanese woman. She was in an internment camp when she was little. And she does not have a negative, any negative memories about it whatsoever. She did not have when she spoke about it. And she actually says she was treated fairly well. And her family was treated fairly well, and everyone around her fairly well. She didn't see any horrors, thank God. But so, I mean, that's one perspective, but she's gone now.
You know, I will say this, and I say this as an American, I say this as a Zionist, that there is a weird difference that when people talk about, like, let's say the Holocaust versus slavery, where, and I'm not saying you should compare the two, but when we talk about them, you're allowed to talk about, like, questioning, the thought of reparations for slavery. Like, I talk about it all the time. If I were to talk about, hey, I don't know if the Germans should have given reparations to the Jews, if I were to say that, I would be skewered for that. And so I will acknowledge that there is a massive double standard on the pushback that's allowed towards Black Americans. And I say this as somebody that has pushed back towards Black Americans when it comes to the topic of reparations. But I can acknowledge that in these conversations, if we were talking about reparations that were paid to the Jews, you'd have an entire tribe that would defend those reparations, and then you'd have a lot less people being critical. And so I don't know exactly what that means, other than at least in America, there's more people feel free to speak up against a Black grievance rather than a Jewish grievance. Do you see that differently?
I mean, I agree on some level, only in that I think the Holocaust attracts far more extreme views. Because on the one hand, there are people who would crucify you or skewer you for
saying maybe Germany should not have paid reparations. But there are also people who will tell you, well, it wasn't 6 million. Auschwitz was actually a nice place, right? I don't see people going around saying slavery didn't happen, or slavery was actually good, or, well, once in a while you do see those people. But it's far less common,
What do you think the blowback would be in modern day Germany if they hadn't paid reparations?
Wow. What would they even think about that? Maybe now, because of Gaza, there would be a strong contingent because of the pro-Islamism basically in Europe. There would be a strong contingent opposing reparations to Israel. Or they would try to put earmarks on them with condition.
A public apology goes a long way. I'll just say that.
Does it though?
I believe it does. For some it does. For some it's meaningful, right? Recognition. For some it's just like, fuck, they could have just said that.
I don't know if that's true. So I'm looking this up. So Bill Clinton expressed regret over slavery and America's role in the transatlantic slave. It's just quotes. Going back to a time before we were even a nation, European Americans received the fruits of the slave trade, and we were wrong for that. George W. Bush said, one of the greatest crimes in history and a sin. Barack Obama says he acknowledged slavery and racism many times during his presidency. He did not issue a formal apology, though. I don't know. Like, do you accept what Bill Clinton said as an apology, or what George Bush said? Because they're not. No. They never said the words "I'm sorry," but they're acknowledging that it was wrong.
No. I mean, a separate public apology addressing the situation, right? Addressing it in full. The recognition of it all.
Yeah, some Congress people did that.
Did they?
Yeah, and it wouldn't matter. I mean, when Tony is saying, we wouldn't be having this conversation if people had been made whole or whatever. We would be, because people in democracy from time to time get it in their heads to vote themselves some kind of benefits from the public coffers. You're going to have these ideas, and they're going to be bad, and you have to oppose them. And there's nothing we can do to make this go away. People saying, I should have got reparations. Just hopefully fewer people will listen to them. There will still be white guys in the middle of nowhere in America talking about how we've got to kick all the non-whites out. But hopefully fewer people will listen to them, None of this is going away.
In a few hundred years, there will be no one left that is white or black without being mixed. Everyone's going to be mixed in a few hundred years.
Climate change will wipe out humans, or we're going to be replaced by AI. I mean, everyone is pretty mixed now. People don't. I don't know if people will move all over the country in such a way that there will be still relatively distinct populations. in particularly more rural parts of the country. You have people who are super white, and you have people who are very black, and going back a long ways.
Jason, what do you think is the most evenly balanced topic on Clubhouse? If you were trying to index for, getting people in a room where the conversation would be equally balanced, is there a conversation that exists like that?
Well, I'm having a hard time articulating balanced. Doesn't mean like you would get roughly the equal populations on both sides of the issue. Doesn't mean you would get relatively calm, balanced discussion. One thing that lots of people can agree on is they want to see the Epstein files.
This is true, but I think the reason why people want to see it is pretty bizarre. Like, a lot of people want to see it because they're hoping that there's something super incriminating against the politician or celebrity that they don't like. What I don't hear, what I hear more is that they want it revealed so then they can say, oh, so-and-so was on the logs, so-and-so went to the island, and then try to, infer that they were participating in these crimes. What I'm not hearing a lot of is an effort to really figure out the entire network that allowed for this to happen, where they're finding these young women or men, and maybe ending the entire criminal syndicate that allowed for that to happen, because we can't possibly believe that Epstein did this in a bubble, right? And the fact that there were so many rich, powerful people associated with Epstein, I think it's going to be difficult to get prosecutions, but I think it's worthwhile to do that. And I wish that people were at least thinking about the victims that were here. But it sounds like what they're more interested in is being able to fucking make a movie later on down the line on, can you believe that President so-and-so or this captain of industry did these things? Like zero focus from what I've seen on the victims themselves.
Yeah, another thing is like the Epstein video, right? I mean, CBS did some coverage of it, and for once I read a liberal news source and was like, this is some biased nonsense. Like, they just did some balanced and factually oriented coverage, and they're like, look, you can't see the staircase in this video, so no, you don't know if anybody went up there or not. There's a few other things they looked at. I mean, that shit's fascinating, and the hard reality is we're not going to find out the truth. Maybe no one will find it out. Certainly none of us alive today will be around when the truth surfaces. And that's a sad thing. It's just like JFK, MLK, some of these things do not get revealed.
Guys, I'm gonna get going here. We'll talk later.
Okay. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Ciao.
Ralph Lauren and Gianni Versace, all of our great, fashion icons of yesteryear, presented us with beauty. We wanted to look at beautiful people, man or woman. We didn't care if they were gay or straight or gender benders. We want to see beautiful people because beautiful people inspire us to want to be beautiful and go out and shop. We don't want to see fat asses. We don't want their identities and their zipper tits and their dicks cut off talking about we're selling Pampers and shit like this. We don't want to see this weird shit, all right? And so, shout out to American Eagle. Now, we're going to go in order. Shay, you came up first. Then we're going to go to Dr. Mitch. Shay, did you have anything to say, sis? If not, we'll go ahead and go to Dr. Mitch. Well, welcome to the stage, Shay.
Great fucking room.
Thank you, Lex. Welcome to the room, Lex. Everybody cash in your pink tickets. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was commenting on what you were talking about earlier.
It's about why there is this action. In her eyes, the reason why is because we want to punish the population. It means that she doesn't know any other reason, and this is the reason that she was given, and she goes to her conclusion based on this. And this is why I wanted to go to the beginning. I don't give a fuck about the framework when she uses wrong words or wrong conclusion based on wrong information. So that's what I think. Yeah.
But that's why I'm telling you, like, it's not about whether she has the information or not. I mean, I defend Israel not based off all of the
But how can, but it's crazy. But Simon, punishment is about intention. It's like the word murder. If someone is dead and you call it murder, and I call it an accident or self-defense, then it's not about the framework. It is there are facts at the end. And if you're basing your
framework, though, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're
no, it's about facts.
But it is
about facts. It's not about facts. It is about facts, guys. I'm sorry. It is about facts. If I go and I stab you in the street, hold on. It's about what you're trying to say. Let me just finish one sentence. And then I will listen. I care about if I stabbed you because I saw you in the street and I hate you, it is murder, okay? It's not self-defense. Yeah, it's very clear. So and calling it self-defense is without... Yeah.
So one, Bima is still back in the room, so I don't want to speak for her, but based off of my conversations with her, she does not believe in the concept of states or rule of law in the same way that you do. She's working from a fundamentally different place of punishment, of law and order, of statehood, of rights, of individual rights, of collective rights, of land ownership, and all these things. And what the words that you are using, while yes, they do mean something, they have a different reality to the way that she views the world should be. It's just like the way a communist views the world versus the way a person that believes in a republic state views the world.
No, you guys are going too far. No, you guys are going too far. I'm sorry.
You're not going far.
You are going a bit too far because the word, guys. Please, no, you are over complicating a very simple thing. Okay, with all your. Let me finish. I understand. I heard you. And what can I do? I disagree with you, and I do think that you are over complicating and you are adding way more layers than needed. When you talk about the word murder, meaning that I killed you in a criminal intent, I don't give a fuck if you're a libertarian or the Democrat or a Republican or whatever. A murder is a murder. And when I use the word punishment, we can use with a mother and child. We don't need to talk about nations. We don't need to talk about borders and states and all the things that you mentioned. I'm talking about the word in English, punishment. And the word punishment, please let me finish. We are talking about intentions. I don't give a fuck, really.
nations and borders and governments. We're talking about the word punishment. Forget about the law and all that. What does the word punishment mean?
And this
What
is
does it
why,
entail?
Daniel, the clearest example. You can't understand the argument because you don't even you can accept the fact that these people, that some of people are using, are in an entirely different world of conversation than you are. They're having a fully different conversation than you are having, and you are trying to put a square peg into a round hole.
Okay, so let me understand. Are you saying? Let's show the circumstance. Are you saying that libertarians, whatever the fuck, when they use the word punishment, they have a different English dictionary than me? And when they use punishment, they don't mean punishment as I understand it, as you understand it? So what are you talking about? Of course, we have the same language. And the word punishment it's talking about intention. When I punish you, there is a reason why I'm punishing you. And that is the intention. If I'm just beating you up, you wouldn't call it punishment, okay? There is a reason why we have this word. I'm not talking, guys. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about English, not frameworks, not word politics. The word punishment, like a mother punishing her child, telling him to stay in the room.
Okay, Daniel. The clearest example, like this, is very, very controversial. What I'm about to say, but the clearest example I can give you is the George Floyd's death. You have some people who say, you know, this racist in America murdered George Floyd, blah, 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 blah. And then you have, like, on the opposite side of that, where it's like, well, why should this guy go to jail if everything that this guy did was basically by the book, and everything he did was taught by the police force? So, like, you have two completely different modes of evaluating what happened. This like, Bima is basically evaluating it from her framework. Like, if you were to ask me about the George Floyd, I might have a radically different opinion than someone else who has a completely different framework of the events that happened, everything. The events happened. It is what it is. The facts are on the ground. How you evaluate those facts, though, might be completely different. And that's what I'm trying to
But I'm not talking about facts, dude. I'm talking about a fucking word in the dictionary. No, Simon. No. You need to listen to what I'm saying and not argue with yourself and put words in my mouth. I'm talking for the 10th time. I'm talking for the 10th time about the fucking word, and I'm not saying is the blockade punishment. I'm saying what is the punishment? What is the intention of punishment? It has nothing to do with George Floyd or what people have opinions about what happened. But if you would say someone murdered someone, we do understand. I mean, guys, the reason we have language, this technology called language, is so we can understand each other. But if the word punishment creates such a debate that you need to understand what is your ideology in order for us to even have the same conversation, I'm not talking about facts. I'm talking about the definition of the fucking word punishment and the intention of the person giving punishment.
Let me explain something to you from, like, I'm going to use the Tanakh as an example, right? So we, as Jews, have the Tanakh, and we have a particular way of understanding the Tanakh because we have a tradition of evaluating it, right? What we call the Masorah. Now, when a Christian reads the what we call the Tanakh, and they call it the Old Testament, they are retranslating it through the eyes of the framework of Christianity. It's the exact same, or coming from the exact same source, the written source, but then you have the interpretation. This is what's happening with Bima and a few of these other people, is that they are evaluating words through their framework, and yes, they are interpreting it in some ways that we view as wrong because we are viewing them through a more traditional way that is rooted in the political structures that we have today. And they are saying that those political structures are wrong. Therefore, they are evaluating them through this system. We can call it libertarianism, whatever the fuck we want to, but that's the way they are thinking about it. And they are not going. And you can say, I'm talking about this word and this traditional definition that's written in this book, and they are saying, well, we see the way that it's been traditionally used, and we disagree with it to this extent.
Well, she didn't get to a point that she said what you're saying, and I don't think that she would say. And I actually do think that if we would give her a minute and she would have to think about the word punishment, she would come to the same conclusion as she would find in the dictionary.
Well, if you
no framework, we are talking about.
5 seconds.
We are talking. I did not. Listen, I did not interrupt her, because I am the one that invited her to have a conversation with me. You guys interrupted us. Okay, we were having a conversation. I was asking her a question about the word punishment. She answered me about the collective mental punishment and reading some kind of a definition. I don't care about the collective punishment, because I wanted to break it down into small pieces so she will be able to think for herself. Is it even punishment? Before we talk about collective punishment or even the definition of collective punishment, is it even, what is punishment? And you guys are also taking it to like libertarian or not or framework. No, guys, it's a fucking word. Open a dictionary if you would like. I will do it for you, and I will read for you the definition, not my definition, not Zionist definition, the fucking word that we all use, by the way, many times, most times, out of the context of the Gaza conversation. It's a word that we use since we're children.
On the word, Daniel, nobody was rejecting.
No, but this was my point to Bima, to break down the entire claim, to see why does she. So she will do the thought process with herself. So I don't need to force feed her. Why do you call it a punishment? Let's discuss. Is it even a punishment? And punishment has intentions, same as murder. That's the difference between manslaughter, an accident, or murder. If the result is a man is dead, but why?
Daniel,
intentions matter.
If I read the word punishment on Google, it just says the infliction or imposition of a penalty or retribution for an offense. She's simply saying, if I didn't commit an offense, you don't have the right to punish me. So how do you justify that now? And I mean, obviously I know how you justify it, but I'm simply saying that, once if she accepts.
Can you read it again?
Then it just says the infliction or imposition of a penalty as a retribution for an offense.
Exactly. So it's a retribution. First of all, the word retribution is very, very important. And this is where we're missing. The blockade was not a retribution for anything that happened. It was a blockade is for things that will happen. The retribution was against those that committed those crimes, and they are either in jail or dead. That is a retribution. What you're talking about is consequences.
Well, I'm simply saying that I'm simply saying if she operates from the framework that a state cannot punish me for the sins of other people, I mean, I technically agree with all of that, but I operate from the framework of that's completely irrelevant when you have nothing to do with that within that state, and my state is at war with your state. All of that goes to that's completely irrelevant when it comes to states. But she doesn't operate under that framework. So that's what you have to kind of go with, not, bickering over, what's a punishment or not. So,
and I disagree with you, because I don't think the state it matters right now. I think the word matters.
She does not.
And I don't get it. I understand that this is where you are talking. This is not what I'm talking about, and I will stop talking about it because you seem to not understand what I'm talking about. I don't care about the state. I'm talking about the word punishment, and I already said 5 or 6 times that it's the same with a woman and child. There is no state that you need to have or be a libertarian to understand what is a punishing when a mother punishes her child. This is what I'm talking about. You agree. But no, you don't agree. You actually argue with me that she cannot handle it because she has a different framework to understand the word punishment, and I don't accept it. Sorry, guys.
I don't. That's not what I said.
This is what you don't understand. We agree with you. We are telling you that she does not agree with you, and just because we understand her differently than you do does not mean that we agree with her.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and I understand what you're saying for the 6th time, and again, I don't agree with you, and I don't think that you let her a chance. And I think that if I don't think that she's so stupid or so narrow-minded, and I do think that if she will stop for 10 seconds and look for the word, and we can break it down, maybe she will come to a conclusion to to understand what the word punishment is. Forget about collective or state or nations or people. I don't care about it because I'm not talking about the collective part. I'm talking about the punishment part. And I'm saying for the 8th time, and if it didn't go through by now, then I'm giving up.
First of all, I did not interrupt her one time when she spoke. I did not say one word while she was on stage except for let her finish what she had to say because other people kept interrupting her. So, I mean, she's still in the room. If she would like to come on stage, I would actually be interested to know if I represented her position well or not.
I didn't even see she's there. I mean, if she wants to come up, she's more than welcome.
Yes,
anybody who interrupts her is getting put down instantly. I don't care who it is.
Yes. I believe the treatment that Miss Beamer has had, in my opinion, is absolutely disgusting. Everybody should be ashamed of themselves.
Beamer invited you up. Are you here? No, she is here.
Okay, thanks guys. Sorry, I had to take a break. I know it gets frustrating and I get frustrated sometimes. Daniel, I apologize. I don't articulate myself well, but if you just give me a few seconds, sometimes I know it's really difficult, but I usually think that I can explain myself. If not, you could guide me, but I apologize. I'll work on that. I have been working on it. You had to hear me in the beginning when I first came on here.
I meant to put like a thumbs up, but it gave a smiley. I didn't get to put a smiley.
So I understand that you're caught up on the word punishment, but it doesn't matter. I'm not using it as a normative claim. I'm using it as just a descriptive element of what has happened, right? It doesn't matter the intent. The intent doesn't matter. It's what's actually happening. And that's what collective punishment, like the states, that's specifically what they use it for. They use it in the case that you said to protect themselves. You had mentioned something and you said it very clearly, and I appreciate that. You said, it's the intent that matters, and Israel isn't doing it because they want to punish, but they're doing it to protect and what will happen in the future. And that's exactly why people use collective punishment. That is the exact definition of why collective punishment came about. It is for future harms. In all cases of political science, it's not to harm, quote unquote, harm people. It's to protect future harms from happening. Right? So that's all that I wanted.
But that is not the definition of punishment, as Simon just read it from the dictionary. It's about retribution for an offense, not about preventing future things. And you're talking about collective punishment as a security measure. You call it collective punishment. Not having a security is also collective punishment, don't you think? So basically, it's a decision. Who will suffer and how much? Will the Israelis be slaughtered, or will the Palestinians have to suffer inconvenience of going through a gate? What do you think is better?
I think what would be better would be that a bunch of peaceful people who don't support Hamas can live peacefully and aren't collectively punished for harms.
Okay. I mean, at the end, we need to there's a threat going on, and then we say, okay, if it's a blockade or checkpoints, we need to put these measures. You call it punishment, and by the way, intentions do matter. That is what differentiates between manslaughter, murder, and an accident. Okay, it turns it into a crime. Okay, when you call everything that is inconvenience a crime, that is a very slippery slope. Intentions do matter, and the definition of punishment has an intention. It's retribution, okay? It's to make you pay for what you did. But imposing security threat and calling it punishment is just incorrect. And the other option is that we will not have security, which also has a threat. So what should we do? Who should be punished?
Daniel, I don't think you're arguing with me at this point. What you're arguing with is the definition and the understanding of collective punishment in the realm of...
No. I am arguing with you because you are the one invoking the word punishment. And I'm trying to ask you, why do you call it...
Right, but it's not punishment unilateral. It's specifically collective punishment. And because there are things that are done to, even in your mind, like I'll steel man it for you, like I'll take your position. even if it's, let's say I'm a part of it, I'm there, I'm living there, it is still descriptively, okay, it is descriptively inflicting harm on people that have not done something. It is the consequence. That's why that's the whole definition of it. So it doesn't matter the intent, right? In this particular case, collective punishment, it doesn't matter the intent. What matters is the consequences, is the outcome. And because there are some people who are being harmed for the actions of other people, that is why they call it collective punishment, because those few people are being punished for the actions of the others. And the punishments...
Why do you call it punish? Why do you call it punishment?
Daniel, could you please maybe come up with a different word? I mean, this is kind of silly. We're arguing over the meaning of punishment. And I think what Bima is trying to say is creating a future for the people of Gaza where they are suffering consequences for something they haven't done is a problem. Maybe the right word isn't collective punishment, but could you suggest a better word?
No, because I tell you why not. Because punishment is one party inflicting on another, okay? Calling it a problem or that they are suffering, yes. But then you're not blaming us for causing the suffering. Yes, they make stupid mistakes. They face consequences. Life is horrible. I agree with this. What she's implying that we are punishing actively with intention the Palestinian population because some people did some bad things. And that is basically a blood libel. So this is why it's important. If she's willing to give up the claim of collective punishment, happily. But again, she's talking about the collective punishment. I didn't realize still, she didn't convince me, or she didn't try yet, to explain why is it punishment. Everything that is uncomfortable for you is punishment? No.
No, Daniel, here, let me give you an example, okay? I happen to love pit bulls. Pit bulls are one of my, it's a thing for me. A lot of people don't, pit bulls. People.
Why is that? They're little dogs. They're little dogs that can be very,
pit bulls saved my life, changed my life forever. So I have an affinity for pit bulls. A lot of people don't like pit bulls. So now imagine I have 10 pit bulls and I bring them to the dog park with a bunch of other dogs, okay? Now they're all playing. One of my pit bull, let's say two of my 10 pit bulls gets in a fight with the other dogs and they start beating them up. They attack them. My 2 pit bulls attack them. But then I take all 10 of my pit bulls and I say, oh, sorry, we all gotta go. And nobody can play anymore because 2 of you proved to be bad and did something bad. I'm going to take all 10 of you now, and now we all have to, we're all back to the car. That's it. That's collective punishment. Okay? And that's all that I'm saying. So when any type of sanctions, massive blockades, these types of things, it's just collective punishment by definition.
No. I understand. So let's say you have I don't know what is people, but let's say pit bulls. Or did you mean pit bulls?
It's a dog. Pit bull is a dog. Pit bull terrier. Pit bull.
It's a big dog. It's a controversial dog.
Okay. So let's say there were a few instances of pit bulls that were biting other dogs in this dog park, and then after it happened, yes, those dogs were like barred for life. But then they said, listen, pit bulls needs to come with a muzzle. Would you consider this a punishment for all pit bulls? And I want to ask you on top of this, hold on, what if we don't so-called punish the pit bulls? What about the rest of the dogs that are being slaughtered by those pit bulls? Like every week one dog gets killed. So what is your solution? Not to impose any bad...
I know what you would say. It's on an individual case. You can't say...
So we wait... I understand. So every time... Okay, so every time a pit bull kills another dog, we will just say, okay, this pit bull is not allowed, and all the rest, and then another pit bull kills, and then another pit bull kills, and then another pit bull kills.
Yes, it's a violation of individual rights. You cannot apply one case, 10 cases, 20 cases to all cases. You cannot do that. It's not the...
Okay, and what about if I say all dogs should be with a muzzle in the dog park? Is that also...
You're actually using... No, he's using perfect examples. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Mm-hmm. When you collectivize, instead of individual actions, and you collectivize, you presume that punishing a particular animal or a dog for future actions that haven't had, that is, yes, collective punishment, precisely.
Yeah, so you see, for example, putting a muzzle on a dog as a punishment for the dog.
Right, exactly. It's as long as, hold on. Actually, this is one of the biggest reasons.
The intention is to punish so you believe that the intention of the muzzle on his face when he goes to the dog park is to punish him.
No, the regulation itself is the actual punishment. The fact that you have freedoms.
Yes.
And I mean, I believe in this as well. Don't even get this twisted. I don't believe in collective punishment either. On an individual basis. But I'm operating under a framework that you cannot apply this in the context of another nation, because the reality is that it cannot be done. So, a blockade, for example, it's not collective punishment against another people. It's the protection of individual rights of your own citizens. So,
exactly,
it's
the
not
intention matters.
Yeah, the intention matters, but it's also it's not about punishing other people. A blockade is literally, we're protecting our own civilians even if it's at your own expense. The moral obligation of your nation is to protect your nation, the individual rights of your people, not if it's at the expense of yours, tough, basically.
Daniel, I'm a little confused, and I think you could really enlighten me here. Are you in favor of a two-state solution, or are you not in favor of a two-state solution?
I'm not anymore. I don't see any possibility of a two-state solution, to be honest. And not only this, I don't think that anyone wants a two-state solution, not the Israelis, nor the Palestinians. So it's a made-up idea.
I'm in favor of a two-state solution as long as the threat to Israel is close to zero.
We're saying the same thing, Richard.
Do you think, Daniel, that Trump making Jerusalem the home of the American embassy accelerated this your thinking or the situation at all?
No, I don't think because Jerusalem is our capital. It's not changing. 7th of October made a lot of changes to it, definitely. It made the Palestinian state go far away to the future, if at all.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you would have been in favor of a two-state solution until the 9th of October?
Most Israelis were.
Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you. That has been so clear that I can now engage in more intelligent discussions with people from your region. Thank you.
We were for it, by the way, because we were actually in this hopeful belief that it's possible. And after 7th of October, we understood that it's far from being possible. That even the people that were working at Israeli homes were actually providing information to Hamas about who lives where, who has a dog, how many children, how many rooms, all this information so they can go and slaughter those people. Even those people that were taken care of by Israel.
If I were to say that Hamas is the successor to the PLO, would you agree or disagree?
No, they're not.
So you would disagree. So these two things have nothing to do with each other. Thank you.
They hate each other. And basically, they are both corrupt governments that are exploiting the Palestinian people. And if you would Google or ask an AI to list you the top, 10 leaders of the Palestinians throughout the ages and how much wealth each one has and how they got their wealth, you will see where all the money that the West is pouring into the Palestinians is going to. They don't want a state.
I feel like the PLO was the entity that came up with Jimmy Carter the two-state solution. So when you say that the PLO and Hamas hate each other, that helps me know that this is no longer I'm becoming persuaded to your point of view that this is no longer viable. But up until this discussion, I wasn't persuaded because I always envisioned the Palestinians as being oppressed by a lack of wealth and by a lack of organization. But if they're at the point that they will not subject themselves to organization, then I can gradually be persuaded to your point of view.
People that support Hamas and Hamas's efforts believe that the PLO are just the pets of like Israel and the Zionists because they work together. So like this is one of the reasons why they kind of hate each other.
Do you know how many people actually support the PA for the Palestinians? I think it's a very low percentage.
Yeah, very low.
Legitimate leader, yeah. No one. That is part of this joke of recognizing Palestinian state. They have nothing. They have no leadership. They have no parliament. They have no they have nothing. What are you recognizing?
Yes, in the practical world, I understand this. What I'm about to ask you is only theoretical, and I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to push something that isn't real. But if the UN were to go into Palestine and force or compel the people to live under a Palestinian state that was developed to be civilized, and that was to educate the people and take care of their basic needs, would you be opposed to that?
No, they have to get it. I don't think that, of course, they need to be getting good education. Yes, I support this, of course. We all support this. I will tell you this, if there is one entity that is doing things for the Palestinians, it's Israel. The UN is not the solution. UN is part of the Palestinian problem. UNRWA, that exists for 75 years as a refugee, whatever, is not settled zero Palestinians. They are keeping the Palestinians as stateless refugees, victims on welfare. And they got used to it. That is the problem. They have zero independence, zero autonomy, not because of us. And they are very much oppressed by the Hamas and by the rulers. But the world is talking about Israel, this is why I say we should not oppose the Palestinian state. I think we should say, sure, go ahead, recognize the Palestinian state, and good luck to the Palestinian state. But the Palestinians will have to build it. No one will hand over a state for them. This is what they're missing.
Do you support Benjamin Netanyahu?
No.
Oh, wow. You see, this is the problem, because when I see Benjamin Netanyahu on American TV, I hear such, such disrespect for these human beings that are in Palestine. And I recognize that their ideology is evil. And I'm not trying to say I support, any of their evil. But those of us who are not close to the situation, it probably is somewhat the way you might feel when you see Donald Trump. I don't know. But I think this is a piece of the understanding in the United States.
What do you mean disrespectful? What do you mean? What did he say?
That's a good question. Let me try to say it.
It doesn't really be accurate, just like the sense of it.
No, I like this. I think you're right, and I think that one of the challenges in our modern world is being specific. I had a paradigm prior to this discussion, and this discussion has moved my paradigm. I'm coming much more to your point of view. But when I first came into this room and heard you and Bima talking, I was locking more into my position that you don't think the Palestinians are human, that you want to limit their freedom because they are a subhuman class. And that is not a fair representation of your point of view at all, is it?
I wasn't even close to this. I wish them prosperity and health and good jobs and good work. But they are a threat right now, and we need to acknowledge that they are a threat. I don't have anything. I don't want to cause their harm. To be honest, Israelis care for one thing. We want to live in safety and security. That's it. We don't care too much about the Palestinians, to be honest.
Well, there's no problem with you. You should be able to live in safety and security. I absolutely agree with this. It's just incredible to me how poor our understanding of this situation really is. Because most of the media we get one bias or another. And I accept the argument that the U.S. Media is maybe slightly biased, or I shouldn't even say maybe, is slightly biased to the Palestinians, because we still are thinking of a two-state solution.
I'm not sure that they are necessarily biased. They are very unprofessional, and they are fighting a world that their income is based at the end of ads. Okay, and if the Twitter sphere is talking about a hospital that was bombed and they're getting reports from Gaza that 500 people, so they will do like breaking news: Israel bombed a hospital, 500 people died. They didn't check anything, but they don't have time. They need to kind of be fast in order to be relevant. That is the problem that the mainstream media is having, that they kind of lost, they don't have the time anymore to fact check. They need to announce today how many people died today and what happened today, and getting the information from Gaza. They're not in Gaza. The information coming out of Gaza is Hamas. All of it.
I really thank you for your time. I'm not going to take any more of it, but you have been extremely clear, and I have revised my views, and I apologize for being maybe a little judgmental at the beginning. Thank you.
You don't need to apologize. Actually, the fact that you're asking questions is great, and you don't assume that you know everything, which is amazing by itself. So come.
Okay.
I have a question about leadership in the West Bank. Why is there no leadership? Are they being suppressed? Are there no young men who oppose Abbas? Or there's no elections, etc.? I don't even know how the system works there.
I mean, they haven't had elections in 20 years. Yeah, Mahmoud Abbas is in his 20 years of his 4-year term.
So there've been no elections. That's not part of their government to have elections.
No, it is. They just don't do it. Yes.
They just don't do it.
They were elected for 4-year terms. For 4-year term. Is now on the 20th year. And the reason that they say it is because East Jerusalem is not part of the Palestinian Authority. And until the people in the East Jerusalem can vote, they will not hold elections.
Oh. What do you think of that? What is it, East Jerusalem? What is it a part of?
It's part of Israel, obviously.
Okay, so they oppose the borders.
Basically, it's an excuse to stay in power. Let's be honest, okay? You could have election because Gaza is separated from the West Bank, and they manage, okay? They have two different governments. Mm-hmm. And they could have elections in the West Bank and in Gaza if they only wanted to, but it's corrupt leadership, and the entire world is silent about it. Not only this, they reward them with a place in the UN and now recognition of what? Of two terror organizations that is abusing their own people with the corruption, stealing from them. This is what they recognize. This is why it's so funny to me to hear that France and the UK and other idiot politicians are recognizing this entity. It's weird to
Canada too. If they really wanted to vote, they could create an app that will allow them to vote.
Yeah, also.
Or they can just have them mail in a ballot, but they don't. They say as long as this territory is not ours, or recognized as ours, then we won't allow people to vote, and therefore we won't have elections.
Wow. That's sort of double-sided. They're saying our country is not legitimate. We can't have elections because we don't. Well, what about young men there? Are there any young politicians there that are being suppressed, or they just have no interest? They're completely.
No. You have two ways. Either you are you join one of the terror hubs like the Jenin terror camp or whatever. If you are advocating for peace or coexistence, you are labeled as a traitor, as a Zionist, as a operator for Israel, and you could be executed without a trial.
What if you
just for the fact? Yeah.
Go on.
Just like the gay man executed last week in the West Bank.
Really?
What if they advocated for elections? What if they were like an opposition party? They would be considered traitors because they would have to recognize that East Jerusalem wasn't part of them.
Basically, first of all, I wish there was, and I'm asking this in Palestinian rooms, so of course they know nothing about it, but there is no Palestinian leader that is not a terrorist, unfortunately, right now. And when I mean a leader, is someone that actually has followers. People tell me like Hassan, what's his name? The Green Prince, Saif Hassan Youssef.
Yeah.
Yes. He's a Palestinian voice, but no one he has no followers in the Palestinian people. And the Palestinian narrative is basically whatever we do wrong to our people or we don't do is because of Israel. And as long as they can blame Israel, the world is quiet.
So when this Abbas dies, what's going to happen?
They'll probably have a civil war, and then somebody else will take over.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone else just like him.
Could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah.
He didn't actually.
But it will probably be by force. It will either be by force or it will be like an election that you will have I don't know, Hamas, Fatah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad for them to select for. So it doesn't matter what they select, it will be who will oppress and brutalize us. And use us to attack.
Americans, people in America really don't understand the politics and the struggles of the Middle East, and they don't. I don't want to blame it on being Arab or Muslim or anything like that, but there is a history and a culture that existed in that part of the world that Americans don't understand, and it's not like America in the same way. It's in many ways they resent the West for bringing them these nation states, but enforcing them on them. But really, if you think about it, how many of the countries surrounding Israel actually had elections that didn't end up in somebody dying?
When people say free Palestine, and I'm thinking free as what? As Syria, as Lebanon? No, they actually want free Palestine to be like Israel, the one that they want to destroy. The only prosperous place in the Middle East without natural resources is Israel. The only democracy, the only place that you can have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of protest, freedom of opposition. That's the only place. And the entire world is focused on us. Look at Syria, look at Lebanon, look at Egypt, look at Iraq, look at Yemen, look at all those free nations. This is what they want, to another place like this.
Can I hear people
listen, if they go back to the 1992 agreement, 1993 agreement, it would be good enough.
We cannot go back
to even have that. Yeah, they're in no position.
No, we cannot go back.
Me, when I hear Free Palestine, it's like listening to did anyone watch that movie Braveheart?
Oh wow, no, I don't remember it. Yes, I saw it a long time ago.
Okay, well, in the movie, there's a part where Mel Gibson is saying freedom, and basically he's not talking about any real sense of freedom. He's basically saying we want to be oppressed by our own king, not the English king. So it's not like they're actually advocating for real freedoms. They're just saying, listen, we want to be oppressed by who we want. And it's like oppressed by Israel, oppressed by Hamas. You're still being oppressed. These people don't have a conception of what political freedoms mean. So it's very difficult to take that sentence very as serious as they expect it to mean.
But listen, Sam, do you live in Israel?
No.
Have you ever been to Israel?
Not yet.
Have you ever been to Israel, man?
Simon, come visit. Come visit. It's
I'm gonna
amazing.
come with my girlfriend.
Let me know when you
Yeah,
come. I'll
so you
take you
don't know
around.
what's happening there, bro.
I'm in Israel. What is your
Palestine, man, free from the occupation, yeah?
I'm in Israel. What is your question?
What?
What if I said it's wrong instead of just telling me I haven't been to Israel?
Yeah, man. So you don't know what is happening.
No, but that's not what I asked. What did I say?
I wonder if he was in Israel. That he knows.
Yeah, man. I was in Tel Aviv 3 years ago. What you talking about?
Okay. What did I say that is wrong? Don't tell me that I haven't been to Israel. Just say, Simon, you're wrong in what you said because X, Y, Z.
No. What you said was wrong. When you hear free Palestine, it's like hearing like free what? You mean? Like Mel Gibson when he said like freedom, but freedom for what? You know? But freedom for Palestine, man. Freedom for the people, man. That's what this means, man.
But freedom is something specific, and I'm saying when Palestinians say freedom, and when Palestinians say free Palestine, it means free, like to actually be free. But these people don't have a notion of freedom. That's why they're in the predicament that they're in. So there's nothing to suggest that they have no concept of what freedom is. So
because they've been occupied for fucking 75 years, man.
So why?
Oh my God!
You say 75 years?
Yeah. So let's do a quick history. 75 years ago, who controlled Gaza?
No, I'm not talking about Gaza. We're talking about Palestine. Palestine is Gaza. West Bank.
What? Okay, so I'm asking you about Gaza. Who occupied?
Jerusalem.
Hello. I asked a question. You said that there's an occupation for 75 years. So 75. You know what? 70 years ago, who occupied Gaza?
7 years ago, who occupied Gaza?
Yes, you said that there's occupation for 75 years, right? So I'm asking you.
It was a democracy.
Can you listen to my question?
Of course.
No, Hamas.
You want to this answer?
Wow.
Hamas.
Can you hold on? Hamas was created in 1988, okay? And you said that Palestine has been occupied for 75 years, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm asking you who occupied the West Bank and Gaza 75 years ago. This occupation, who occupied them 75 years ago? Do you know?
Who occupied Palestine? I mean, who occupied Palestine, the whole country, you know?
Even that premise is wrong.
The British. Before that, it was the British.
But no, are you trying to say? Wait. Is he trying to say that Gaza and West Bank is not part of Palestine?
No, you don't know what he said.
Palestine, of course. This is what I'm saying.
Okay, so West Bank and Gaza, 75 years.
The whole land, man, from Haifa to Yafa to Jerusalem.
Listen,
so he's not talking about Palestine. He's not talking. Yeah. Okay, so you are a genocidal jihadi idiot, and you actually call for the genocide of all Jews from Israel, and that is what. And you're using it as like, the poor Palestinians, they just want to wipe out the Jews and take their land. So no, dude, that is not your right or a Palestinian right to wipe the Jews off the map. Haifa, Tel Aviv was never a Palestinian state. Never, ever. It was created in 1908 by Zionists on dunes. It was never, ever at any single point in history and time part of a Palestinian state. And 75 years ago, and 75 years ago, I will say this because I don't think that I want to spend my time because you are very, very uninformed. But just so you know, 75 years ago, there was a war, and during that war, Egypt conquered Gaza and occupied it until 1967, and Jordan conquered the West Bank and occupied it. So the occupation that you're talking about that started 75 years ago was Arabs conquering Arabs, not Jews. You want to bet? I'm not going to have a conversation and I'm not going to have a discussion about this. Samson, if you would like to play with the food, enjoy. This is too low level for me.
No, listen. There was not.
Is anyone interested? Is anyone interested?
Conquering the fucking gypsies.
Simon, Sam, George.
What's next? It's flat, right? We live on the moon.
Yeah. I don't have energy for this.
I don't know, man.
Like, I would engage. Yeah.
I mean, there was so many logical fallacies. You're wrong because you didn't go to Israel. I mean, this is just
Yes, I go to Israel. Crazy? I go there every time.
No, I'm saying that was your position. That's what your argument was to me. You're not telling me that I'm wrong because of any actual argument. You just tell me, well, you haven't been to Israel, so
I say
you're
you are wrong because, like, saying free Palestine, you feel like this does not mean a thing for you. But this mean a lot of things, man. For a lot of people,
nothing. It just means that they want to vote for their own oppression. Which is the case. I mean, they did that in 2007. I mean, like you already have a nation that is relatively free by today's standards, and rather than actually be free and prosperous under a nation that protects individual rights, they voted against, like, you know, they voted the complete opposite of what Israel stood for, and they suffered. As a result of that, so it's like I don't really
of course,
care.
in every occupation, you got to have a resistance, man.
Occupation, but it's not a normal thing.
Like when Germany was trying to take over France.
You're not oppressed. This isn't the oppression Olympics.
In World War II, when they having a war, and Germany was trying to take over France, you know what France did? They resist.
You think that Germany? Where was your sovereign state?
They did France and fucking Belgium and all the other countries resist the German.
Do you really think you're France?
Where was your sovereign state?
No, you're Germany.
You're Germany. This is a joke.
Yeah, but don't you think that they resisted? I'm asking you, they resist or what? There was resistance. There was a resistance.
You call yourself France, but you're Germany.
But the French people, did they resist the occupation of the fucking Germans? Or no? Yes or no?
That's what the Jewish people are doing.
If you think you're trying to
put yourself in the position
of... You're not France in this scenario, bro. You're literally Germany. So
you're Germany. You're huge.
No, I'm not German.
You're Germany by a lot.
It's basically like saying Poland went after, like Poland, or you're basically saying Germany went after France, but France is beating Germany.
I wanna give you.
I can't believe what
I wanna give you a brand new example. Look at Russia and Ukraine. Russia trying to take over Ukraine. And what is Ukraine doing? They're resisting.
But you're
not Ukraine, bro.
It's Ukraine.
You're not Ukraine. You're Russia.
You're Russia.
Israel is Ukraine.
It's like saying
Israel's always been Ukraine. The Jewish people have always been Ukraine.
We are talking politics, right?
Yes.
What are we
Jewish people are the weak good guys, and all around them is the strong bad guys generally. Yeah, that's history. Because the Jewish people represent the highest values, and the people around them, I've learned from them, but it's,
listen, do you want to talk religion, or do you want to talk
no, it's social science, social history.
Here's Simon Howard. It's all about politics.
What's poppin'?
It's all about politics. When it comes to this, it's politics.
What are you saying?
Look,
I'm asking you another question.
It's all about the fact that
you're Germany attacking France, and France is winning, and you're crying that France is winning. That's basically what you're saying.
Yes, right now Hamas is winning, man.
Hamas. What world? Okay, by like what metrics are you saying Hamas is winning?
Hamas is winning because they are putting the rules for the fucking war, man. They're putting the rules for
Okay, so what are you guys crying about then if Hamas is winning?
Yeah, just give the people food, man.
Why?
Why?
The winning people.
So do you want people to starve? No, because this is provided.
Yeah, the losers should. You're saying the losers.
Bro, you're in. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's not.
I don't know what you're talking about. As if the
Hamas is winning as a military group. You know, they are winning, but there are people who are civilians. They need to eat.
Civilians.
You know? Okay. Civilians. Oh wow.
Are you pro?
So your grandfather was in the first line in the war?
Are you pro Hamas?
Man, I'm pro freedom, man.
I don't think you are if you're advocating for a Palestinian state.
What does it mean when Palestinians have state? What the fuck does that mean? What will happen?
It means that they're going to vote for their own oppression again.
I have a question. What do you think about that?
Just let four.
Simon, man, listen. If you don't understand nothing about resistance, then you are a weak man. I'm sorry to say that.
Your understanding of resistance is perverted if you think that the Palestinians are resisting anything.
Yes, they are resisting.
What are they resisting?
They're resisting the occupation, man.
Okay, occupation. Okay, of what?
Of the Jews? No, of the fucking gypsies taking over the land.
Okay, so what land would this be exactly?
That would be the geographic place placed in the Middle East under, let me see which sea it is again. What is the name of the sea?
See, you're advocating for these people to be.
You want to take an eraser? You want to take the map and
the middle.
You don't even know where this place is geographically. Like, are you kidding?
Man, I know where this place is geographically.
So how do you not know what the Mediterranean
I don't
Sea
know what the fuck is the name of the sea. You crazy?
What is it?
It's like one of the most famous seas on the planet. Like, I don't get it.
It's the Middle Sea.
This is your goal.
Which country are you from?
It's the Middle Sea, man. You crazy?
Which country are you from?
Mediterranean fucking bullshit, man. Middle Sea,
Mediterranean Sea, yes. And you know what river it is at least?
Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Mars.
No, you're from Yemen.
The things that pass for masculinity nowadays.
This is crazy, bro. This is literally think about what you're advocating for. You don't even know where this place is.
Listen, man. If I step into the land, man, I can say
Can you tell me the river?
Where are we centering this?
It's
you already have a Palestinian state. It's called Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and part of Egypt.
I'm not centering this anymore. I'm done. It doesn't make sense. As far as
I mean, they already have Palestine. They have 4 different Palestines right now. They have Jordan. They have Syria, parts of Syria. They have parts of Lebanon and parts of and Gaza, of course, which is parts of Egypt. So what else do you want? And I think that, by the way, we gave them a land for peace deal for Gaza. Since they went to war with us, they should be rescinding that. That is literally the right thing to do, is to annex it and kick those people out to Egypt. That is literally part of the deal that we made with Gaza.
It's folly. It's simple folly. Imagine if they made a deal from the very beginning, what that region would have, what the world would have looked like right now. Would we have double the economy we have now?
Look, I keep pointing to the videos that I put it in the chat. If you scroll up, and one of the Palestinian leaders basically said that he wants to, that they're waiting for the Western world to die, and they're kind of using the Palestinian cause to do it, and the Ummah, the nation of the Muslims in the world are preparing to try to take it over. Not one to buy into too many conspiracy theories, but this gentleman who was the previous director of Al Jazeera,
I remember that interview. Yeah, it was on Memory TV.
Well, that was a shorter one, right? But this is there's a full-length interview that he did recently, I think a couple weeks ago, that I suggest to anybody who's curious, watch.
There's this guy called Here Resistance. I was showing you that his prophet, he was doing number 2, and he went straight to eating food without washing his hand. Even his own companion told him, "Hey, aren't you going to wash your hands?" He says, "Why am I going to prayer?" And he's like, "Yeah, haven't you ever put your hands in your ass and then smelt it and then had something to eat afterwards?" Like, "No, I haven't, man. I'm not stupid." It's like, "Oh, you lie. Everyone's done it once in a while." You want crazy something? Don't lower yourself. Don't lower me towards your prophet, dude. Your prophet's in a different level. Now you want us to lower ourselves towards your prophet, man. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this nut job. He's saying white people like that, then scratching their heads and then putting their fingers in their mouth. This fucker is a nut job. Hey, I found something else as well. Imam Abu Hanifa. Would you like to read my picture profile? This is from Imam Abu Hanifa, the guy who created the most worldwide used school of thought in Sunni Islam. Would you want to read it? Sam?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so here's from Imam Abu Hanifa himself. Pretty much the leading, he's probably the top 3 imams ever in the world. Of all time. So here's from his book, Al-Muhalla by Imam Hazm. So so here it is, Ibn Hazm, and Imam Abu Hanifa said, "There is no punishment for the one who marries his mother, who gave birth to him, his daughter, his sister, his grandmother, his paternal aunt, his maternal aunt, his brother's daughter, and his sister's daughter, knowing that they were forbidden to him, and having intercourse with all of them. And the child is for him, and he must pay dowry, and only ta'zir is applied on him besides the 40. This is the saying of Sufyan al-Thawri." There you go. So you can marry your daughter, your mom, your grandma. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Judaism has laws preventing all that, clearly outlined for each relative in your nuclear family.
That's pretty messed up, man. That is pretty messed up. Look at this guy.
The language of Judaism is the language of justice. The words of the prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, inspiring freedom and justice throughout history for everybody.
Pretty monstrous stuff, man. Pretty monstrous.
I put a hadith in the chat. And it says, and the prophet said, Allah has appointed an angel in the womb, and the angel says, "O Lord, a drop of discharge of semen," quote unquote, or i.e. semen. "O Lord, a clot. O Lord, a piece of flesh." And then, if Allah wishes to complete the child's creation, the angel will say, "O Lord, a male or female. O Lord, wretched and blessed in religion." what will his livelihood be? What will his age be, and what will he write? What will he? Oh, sorry. The angel writes all his while. The angel writes all this while the child is in the womb of the mother. But it goes on to say eventually that the child the angel can rapes the child to save it from death if it dies before it's born, and also from something of going in.
Yeah. Well, speaking of heaven and hell, would you like to read the next one that I just posted on the side chat? This one I think you'll find hilarious.
Abu Darda, that's how you pronounce it, reports God's messenger as saying, God will create Adam when he created him, and struck his right shoulder and brought forth his offspring, white like small ants, and he struck his left shoulder and brought forth his offspring black, as though they were charcoal. Then he said to the party on the right side, to paradise, and I do not care. And he said to the party to the left shoulder, to hell, and I do not care.
So are you a left shoulder or a right shoulder? And you're going to hell if you're a left shoulder. What kind of crazy shit is this, man?
Well, I think the only thing you need to ask a theist is to have them explain to you the curse of Ham. Let's see what a theist has to say about the curse of Ham. I mean, it's clearly about race relations, right? Like, what do we think about that?
So basically, what this hadith is saying, that every black person is going to hell. Literally. I mean, what about the brown people? Like, let's say the Indians, are they like what? Right in the middle, like between the two left shoulders? They're like on the rib cage. I mean, I'm thinking maybe he's Adam's asshole, because I had chutney like 2 weeks ago and my eyes are still burning. So I don't know which anatomy of Adam's body it is. Kind of crazy nonsense this is.
I think Resistance thinks I'm white.
I know. He always thinks everybody who's against him is white. I'm black as fuck. I'm probably blacker than this guy. Oh, by the way, he doesn't know that his own prophet is white as fuck.
Isn't he a ginger or something like that?
Yeah, apparently he is. When he gets revelation, his beard starts turning red. And so the hadith talk about the whiteness of his chin, the whiteness of his armpits, the whiteness. Like, there's even a hadith that says, "Hey, I'm looking for Muhammad." Is like, "Do you know where he is?" And then some guy points and was like, "Yeah, that white man over there." Literally. and then Umar, one of the rightly guided caliphs, actually puts a fatwa saying if anyone calls Muhammad a black man, he will be killed. Literally. So this is after his death. If you want to read another hadith. I got lots of them.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of insanity happening here.
Let me just find it.
No genociding of dogs. I heard everything you fuckers were saying.
What?
You wanted to leave you alone there, but you came with
I heard everything you guys said.
I just said let the dog out.
I know you have 3 dogs.
Who is
I
Sam?
heard everything.
Who, me?
Yes.
I'm a friend.
Of whom?
I'm a friend of everybody's. I'm a friend of Daniel's and Yaakov's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's cool.
He's an ally.
All right.
He's like Switzerland.
That sounded so funny. That sounded
I'm
like
watching
the
you, Sam. I'm watching you,
like
George.
Sounded like what, Simon? Say it. Out with it.
The leftists with the... Yes, they're LGBT allies.
Oh, please, Simon.
Why am I being watched by Isa?
You're not being watched by Isa.
I got kicked out of this room. I don't know what happens.
How did you get kicked out?
Yeah, I don't know. My app just shut down. Did you guys put it down? Every time that somebody finishes a poll, I get kicked out.
Hey, George, I just posted the hadith that I wanted you to read.
Wow, I'm surprised that you guys kept this room going. It never lasts. That's the reason why I just opened the other room.
Is there one where he slept with another man, or is that just a mistranslation of sleeping outside?
He slept with another man with his wife included. Like he was
just a regular threesome.
Can you put the reference on the chat, please?
It's on my picture profile. I'll bring it up right now.
No, I know, but can you put so I can copy and paste it?
Was he at top or the bottom?
So this is from so if you look at my picture profile right now, it's from Sadaq al-Sahihain, volume 3, page 410. Okay, and it says, the messenger sent for me on a cold morning, so I came to him, and he was under his quilt with one of his wives. So he let me under the quilt, and we became 3.
And is this one of the strong hadiths, or is it a weaker hadith?
I even have a chain for you for that. So yeah, I wanted to check this because I thought this was so far-fetched. I needed to do a bit of research, but because I speak Arabic, I actually went and found the PDF file, and for the Shamila, which is a link of all the PDF sources for all the books. So and if you look at over here on my page, it goes through all the isnad in Arabic and says Hadathana Abu al-Abbas, Muhammad bin Yaqub. So these are all the people on the chain of link. And right at the end, and the green highlighted part, it says Hada hadith Sahih al-Isnad, which means that this is a Sahih hadith grading. This is the most authentic grading that you can get. This is as good as gold.
That's a strong hadith.
Very strong hadith. Very, very strong hadith. So Muhammad had a threesome.
Is that in the link you posted?
No, that's on my picture profile. The link that I posted is another hadith that I wanted either George, but George is not here now. But I mean, if you'd like, Simon, would you like to read it? It's kind of funny.
I can't right now. I'm in the middle of doing something.
Okay, I'll read it for you guys because it's involved Jews. I thought it was funny. Sahih Bukhari 3399, narrated by Abu Hurairah, the father of the cats, by the way. The Prophet said, "Were it not for Bani Israel, which means the Jews, meat would not decay, and were it not for Eve, no woman would ever betray her husband." So because my food get rotten is because of you guys. And because women are unfaithful to their husband is because of you. So you make sense of that.
Actually, everything that is wrong with their life, they blame on Jews. So it's been going on ever since.
There's they even have a Jew mouse test. Sorry, did you know about the Jew mouse test? Like apparently in Islam, Muhammad believed that there were some mice who became Jews so he wasn't sure whether to hit it or get it out of the house. So he would put like a kosher and non-kosher milk to see which one he would drink.
God, I read about that 2 days ago.
And then if he finds out it's a Jew, he won't kill it. And if it's a non-Jew, then it will kill it.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
It's like the system of Islam is predicated on Jews.
Why Islam is gay?
Yeah, but what were you guys talking about before I came in the room?
I have a question for Simon.
We're talking about hadiths and stuff, like funny stuff about
Simon, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Let's talk about Jewism, but they changed the topic once you went in.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, why am I blocked? Why you have me blocked? I don't know you.
I don't have you blocked at all. I don't have anybody blocked. I've never had anybody blocked.
All right.
Yeah, British said you couldn't come in the room.
I'm actually following you.
Hold on, Simon. British told me that you said you couldn't come in the room, and I said that was very strange because nobody in that room had you blocked. And Simon is retarded. He doesn't block anyone.
Yeah, I'm actually following
he's just a retarded child.
Yeah, I'm actually following you, so I don't know.
Okay, I followed you back. That was weird. I just followed him back. That was weird then.
Yeah, I don't know why.
But then I think somebody else had me blocked, and then they ended it. I guess and they didn't want to say.
It was just British.
I predicted it may have been fish because he was in his feelings.
No, that's the reason why it was weird. And I told him to send you the link.
Yeah, I couldn't access. I couldn't access. But it's alright.
I followed Jimmy like a few days ago when he was mod with when we had like that big room or whatever 2 days ago, yesterday, whatever it was. But I followed him when there was a big room.
In the itty bitty titty, that we were all there.
Yeah.
Alright, all love. That's it.
Yeah, Simon is not drama. He's just retarded. He's a normal retard.
You say you never come to my rooms.
Yeah, Phoenix, because we are surrounded by Muslims, and then they report me, and then I get banned for a week.
Because she's a woman.
Well, tell me who to kick out, and I will. I'll even put you on mod.
No, thank you. But yeah, I don't know. I got reported the other day by a couple of Muslims, and I got banned for a week.
Yeah, I was banned for 24 hours last week because there was a Muslim room. I kid you not. They had their room name was the benefits of marrying children, and so I made a counter room, and I swear to God, I just made a counter room saying the harms of marrying children, and I got banned.
Yeah, because they must block people.
And I appealed it, but it was 24 hours, but I appealed it, and then I came back. Of course, you know the thing. What you have to do is when they go after you, you go after their profit. That's how you get them.
Yeah, well, that's how I got banned.
If you want to really get into their head, you have to go after their profit.
I know, and that's how I got banned.
So once they go after their profit, they behave. They behave so much. And so now they've awakened the beast. All right.
Yeah,
so now they're gonna get. Now I'm gonna go after the profit. So
they hate that I am a pedophile.
You hate what is it? Minor attracted people.
No, I don't care. Sometimes, honestly, I just don't want to talk with Muslims. They're retarded. I mean, I talk with them, like you, for example. I like you. I am, and the people that are smart, but otherwise it's just like a lot of
all the
ranting,
people who hate Islam are smart.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but it's mostly like, my friends are some Jewish people, and so we end up always talking about Israel and stuff with Palestine, and that's how Muslims come in the room. But it's not that I actually look for Muslims.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I have from my father's side, my family is Muslim, and I'm the one who left Islam. And
may I ask you, Phoenix? I don't know if I asked you this before. How did you come to the realization that Islam was an evil ideology? How did you wake up to that, being a Muslim and being raised like that?
Well, my situation is a bit unique because so I had this coffee shop. I ran it to the ground, and the next thing was for me to take my father's trade. And my father was a qadi. So what that means is my father was an Islamic judge. So he retired by that point. So I went to study in the Middle East and become
Islamic judge meaning like in a Sharia law country?
Yes. No, he went to courts, he does arbitration, all that sort of stuff. So I went to study Islamic jurisprudence.
Oh, I remember you. You're Aya's friend, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I am
This guy is sick. Yeah, this guy is sick.
I hope you mean in a nice way, but yeah, okay. Yeah. And so what happened was that once I started to go into Islamic jurisprudence, and I brushed on my Arabic again, and I mastered the Arabic language in about a year. And then I realized there was some really problematic stuff in the Islamic jurisprudence, and basically, if you know what Islamic jurisprudence is, they basically have dumbed it down for anybody into do's and don'ts. So they derived everything from the Quran, they derived everything from the Prophet's life and the Hadith and the Sunnah and his biographies, and have turned it into do's and don'ts in every single topic. So they basically dumbed it down for you. And once I started to look into it, it was pretty bad, like child marriage, slavery, even because my father comes from the Shafi'i school of thought. The Shafi'i school of thought is more militant than any other school of thought. I mean, they exclusively have bestiality, cannibalism, and necrophilia just in that school of thought alone. It's pretty messed up. Of course, me being a man, I wasn't I brushed it off, okay, and because of my ASPD, and so what happened was that the thing started to hit me hard and put me in an awkward position was when I started to actually sit behind a judge in order to learn in the courtroom. And once I saw him, what he presided on some of the most disgusting, most vulgar things that I've ever seen. I actually saw a farmer. He had like 8 women, and if you know in the Muslim world, if you have like a lot of women, you're gonna be getting a lot of dowry money. So that means you can make coup cash. And he married this 3-year-old girl to this 38-year-old man, right? And the 38-year-old man was being pushed into marrying his daughter. And the 38-year-old was like, I don't know, man. I want to have sex with my girl on my wedding night. I don't know if I can do it with a 3-year-old. And because there's an Islamic tradition where Aisha was Muhammad's child bride, was actually fattened up. Yes, she was fattened up.
The thighs.
No, but she was fattened up. She was fattened up in order to take the penetration. So that's why around 9 years old she got penetrated, because she was fattened up to the point where he can actually take it, right? So she said, "Don't worry, I'll fatten her up. And
Hold on a second. For context, what country? Where were you born? Where was your father a judge, and where did this happen?
My father, being a judge, you're not in one singular area. So you could. My father was a judge in many different areas. So he went to different countries.
What country?
Most of them were in the Middle East. Most of them were in the Middle East and North Africa.
And where did this anecdote of you sitting behind a judge to learn, where did this happen?
I'd rather not say, because I've already been doxxed, but somewhere in the Gulf countries. Okay. I'll say that.
But it was in the Arab Peninsula? Was it the Middle East?
In the Gulf countries. I'll say it's in the Gulf countries.
Okay.
But so...
And just last thing, were you raised also at some point in the West, or only in the Arab Muslim countries?
I was born and raised in the United States of America, but I very often went back to the Middle East area.
Where your family area was, and you
Yes,
kind of did stuff there. Okay.
Yes. And so what happened was that while I was sick, so
for you it was known. Sorry to interrupt again. For you it was known like these things were kind of like unethical and immoral and all of this stuff because you had a different understanding of the framework, or at least you understood the Western framework.
Correct.
Okay,
I understood the moral framework of what is being free and what the principle of harm and all that sort of stuff. So I understood it very, very well. Luckily, because I actually went into university not in my early age, in my older age. That means I've already been instilled by these morals to say, okay, you don't do this stuff. Okay, so I knew enough not to, my innate being says, okay, this stuff is wrong. Like maybe someone who is younger, who hasn't been actually instilled these moral values.
Yeah, you already had a westernized framework.
Yeah. So
when you saw this, what happened? It clicked here.
So in the contract, it's called the nikah contract. So they said that, okay, if she dies on the wedding night, you can have your money back. Okay, so that's why he went with the wedding, and the reason why they're in court is because that 3-year-old girl literally died, and the man wanted his money back, but the farmer spent all the money, so he's coming to the court to get his money back. And I said to myself, I even saw the coroner's report. I literally saw that she was flattened. Okay, she was absolutely flattened. Her rib cages were turned into frying pans, like literally. And then I told the judge, and I said, are we going to actually ask the question why this man is still walking? He just killed a 3-year-old girl. And he says, well, it's in the contract, so, there's no blood money required. They knew when what they got it themselves into. I'm like, okay, that was when I said, okay, this is some really effed up shit. And I realized I'm going to have to do exactly what this guy did and allow this to happen. And that hit me. That hit me hard. That hit me really, really hard.
In the end, you need to put yourself into context, and under Sharia law, that was okay. You had your mind under the framework of Western culture, but that didn't matter then.
Yeah, but then it mattered to me because now I have to do exactly what this guy did, how he would have judged, but so I actually went to my dorm. I was shook. I was shook for 3 days. I didn't even get out of my dorm for 3 days after what I witnessed. And after a while, I actually went on, and the last straw was for me when I actually saw a case where this man, he's a slave trader, and he was taken to court by his customer, and because he believes that he actually oversold a slave, and the person who is the witness is the slave itself. The slave was literally in the room, and I was like, oh shit, I got to get the fuck out of here. I got to get the fuck out of here. And I called my mom and I said, hey, Mom, don't ask questions. Don't say anything. Just get me one-way ticket out of here. I'm going to sneak out of this place, because the first thing they tell us when we actually go to these Islamic universities is that you're not allowed to talk about any of this sort of stuff to normal people. It is a privilege that they've given you, and you're not allowed to talk to laymen about this. It's kind of like a Fight Club rule, because it's considered treason if you actually show this to a layman person. So that's why I sneaked out. I went and I got my ticket, and I basically went back home. The first thing I did was I went to my father and I said, Dad, did you ever have to do any of this shit? Did you ever have to actually condone slavery, child marriage, and all that sort of stuff in a courtroom? And he was quiet, because he knew if I answered it, I would be really, really, really angry with him. And I was already angry with him anyways for put me through this, knowing full well that this was the case. And she was hoping that I would bend my morals towards the way that he thought. And so I punched him in the face. I literally did that. That was the first time I ever actually raised my hand on my father. And I didn't see my father for 2.5 years. And until I met him at one of my family members' funerals. And I told him straight up, and I said, Dad, if you want me back into your house.
How old were you when you punched him in the face?
That was about 7 years ago.
No, how old were you back then?
7 years ago, that was about 31. And so, and I said to myself, and I told him straight up, I'm not a Muslim anymore. If you want me back in the house, you have to accept the fact. And I said, if I accept that fact, my own family member is going to disown me. It's like, well, you got to make a choice. You got to make a choice, either me or your family. And after a while, he actually chose me. But now my family, his family, basically my extended family from my father's side, is coming after me. And they're saying that my blood is halal, which means that I'm ready to be killed by them. And it's
okay. I have a few. Well, I don't know. Like that sounds like an incredible story. But under the tradition of Islam, I mean, you don't really get to tell your dad, oh, why did you lie to me? No, he was complying. He was being a good Muslim. He was actually acting according.
That's what he told
to the
himself.
law. Yeah, but he was acting according to the law. So in theory, you did have no right to actually talk like that to your dad or demand from him any explanation or even put him into a dilemma of choosing you or choosing the family, because the one in the wrong there was you. So my question is, if this actually happened, how is it that you made it out without punishment? I mean, you went against Sharia law and you went against tradition and you went against the book, the Quran. So how is it that they gave you a pass? Because you're protected by the laws of the land?
Yeah, I was in America, so it's different.
Okay, I get that. But still, in a family environment, like, how will your dad, quote unquote, choose you?
Choose me? That's not what that means.
Did he just stop being a judge?
No, yeah, exactly.
He was already retired by that point.
His career.
He was already retired by that
His whole career was attached to Sharia law. So how would he be okay with taking your side instead of taking the side of the meaning of his whole life?
Oh yeah. I didn't tell you the full story, but after a couple of years, he decided to leave Islam himself as well. So.
Based, let's go.
Okay.
So my mom was a Catholic and she converted from my dad, so she went back to Catholicism.
Are they still together?
Yeah, they're still together. They're still in the same roof.
Yeah, but he cannot say that he is an ex-Muslim. Neither can you, because that implies
he
punishment.
calls himself a doubter. So what he uses a different term because he's more of a philosophical guy now. But he doesn't want to say that because if he did in front of a Muslim, they'd probably kill him. So
exactly, that's my point. He would be punished.
Yeah, he knows that, and he knows that. So that's why he never goes back anymore. And by the way, that his own family members want to kill him too, because apparently I'm the one who converted him out of Islam.
So you guys can never go back to a Muslim country or a Sharia law.
I could never go back to my family again. No, I cannot. And if they
now it starts making more sense. But that's the reason why I had this question.
Look, listen, Aziz, if you want, bro, ask whatever questions you want. Like, just simply saying that this guy's lying. Like, does this actually shock you that this stuff happened?
Guys, are we really believing this story, right?
We are.
Put that aside.
Hold on.
Put that aside. Does this come to a shock to you?
I'll tell you my points of contention.
Aziz, I'm talking. Instead of saying, oh, you're so stupid for believing this, instead of saying that, why don't you challenge anything that he said? Hold on, I'm not done talking. You challenge anything he said that you believe is not right, but you have to explain why you don't believe it's right. Not just say you're lying, but say why.
So I got a question. What did your dad convert into? I have a question. What did he become?
We're not listening, right?
Just like me.
No, I'm wondering, did he just become atheist?
He's more of a rationalist.
Right, but did he formally become atheist?
Didn't you hear what he just said? Or
No,
did you
I'm
just
asking a
think
question.
he was in the chat?
I would say he believes.
I'm asking a question.
He
No, he
said
believes in the grand
He
design.
he's a doubter.
He can answer his own question. Respectfully.
He believes in the grand design, so he's a theist out there more than anything else. Just like me, I'm a theist
Right.
too. I
Did
think
he
that there's a God.
did he formally leave the religion? Was there a day, or was it kind of just doesn't pray? You said
we were at a dinner table.
You said he's not allowed back in Muslim countries, you know.
No, we were at a dinner table, and he told me straight up that I haven't prayed in the last couple of months. So
so now you're not allowed in Muslim countries.
I'm not allowed in Muslim
Like
countries
a formal
because
story that
my own family members told the authorities about me that I'm a mulhid, and I've also converted my father out of Islam. Therefore, my blood is halal, including my
So
father.
you can't go back to Egypt now. Is that right?
I'm not from Egypt.
To wherever
Yeah, you
in the
are.
Middle
Yeah,
East.
you are.
No, I'm not.
It doesn't matter
you
where
are.
Aziz. It doesn't matter where he's from. He's
I know
from
it doesn't
Muslim
matter.
country.
It's just, you don't have to lie.
Okay, then
It's
stop.
not important either.
Stop.
What I'm saying is, obviously, there's this idea like, oh, you've converted out of the religion. Now Isa said you're banned from Muslim countries. Is that
No,
a
I
thing? Is
didn't
that how
say
it is?
I didn't. You see how you're an idiot and you're not even paying attention? I
Oh,
didn't
clarify.
say.
Can you clarify?
Yes, I can if you shut up. I
Okay.
didn't say that he was banned. I said that if he dared going back to where there is Sharia law or a Muslim country, he might put his life in danger because he already spoke against Islam and he spoke against the Quran and he spoke against Sharia law. So that will not be welcomed
Right.
in any Muslim
Well, you
country.
made an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. It's how things work.
What, so has he made formal writings? Is he an author and he writes against Islam? What do you
What
mean
does that
he
have
writes
to
it?
do? He already
No, because
spoke
why
against.
would they kill him? Why would they kill him?
Because I converted my father out of Islam.
My dad
That is
doesn't pray.
considered
They don't kill
fasad fil ard. You know that in the Quran.
They don't kill him.
mentions that. It's called. So there's a concept in the Quran that there's a verse in the Quran that says that if you cause mischief in the land, that should be in a punishment as well.
You know who
so
that's in relation
according to me personally, because I'm the one who actually is now disseminating disbelief. Therefore, my blood is halal according to Sharia. And if you actually studied Umdat al-Salik, you would know that too.
No, that's actually not true. Just because you cause mischief, your blood is not halal. That's actually not true. You made that up.
No, if you try to convert other people out of Islam, that is
very select things that make your blood halal. It's very rare.
So let's see what is the definition of someone who actually not only actively is rebelling against Allah, but also is making others rebel against Allah. What is that word called?
But this is the thing. Your blood is not halal, bro.
My blood is absolutely
You
halal.
want it to be. You want it to be. It sounds like you want it to be.
Don't know. You don't know fiqh.
So if you were murdered in the streets of Egypt,
what method do you follow?
there would be no legal proceedings.
Go straight to your method. But what is your method? Tell me what your method.
It's not important.
No. We're having a strict guidelines on Sharia. I need to know what your madhab is. What
full madhabs
you apply?
All four madhabs. It doesn't matter what your madhab is.
So see, he doesn't want to.
If you got killed in the streets of
Aziz. Yeah, I know more than you would ever know about fiqh. So don't even try to tell me what usul al-fiqh. What fiqh do you apply? Go ahead.
So answer me this. If you were murdered in the streets of Egypt, right?
Look at this idiot.
Right? You were murdered in the streets of Egypt for what you just told me. You tell me there will be no legal proceeding. There will be no
just ask me. What fiqh do you follow? What madhab do you follow? It matters because I'm going to show you from your own books what fasad fil ard actually means. Go ahead, tell me which fiqh do you follow? What school of thought do you follow?
So no. Let's just have it. Let's not.
Aziz, the guy is literally telling you from what you believe. I will tell you why you are wrong.
You cannot show me one madhab that says because your dad doesn't want to pray anymore, you're allowed to kill him in the streets, bro.
Okay, if he's saying
not
that,
what I said.
You can't show me not one of the madhabs
It's
says
not
that,
the
bro.
same. It's not the same.
They don't even
It's
have
not the
disagreements
same.
about halal blood, bro.
It's not the
He
same.
even says Suhal Allah,
It's not the
Suhal
same.
Muhammad. He says that too.
Oh my God. It's not the same not praying anymore than going out and speak ill against Islam or against the Prophet or against Sharia law. That's very different.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Is your dad like is your
I
dad
know,
an
but
author?
it's different.
Is your dad, what does your dad do now? Is he an author again? Does he write books?
Oh my
He's
God,
retired.
why does he have to write books? Why
No, I
does he
just
have
want
to
to know,
write
like,
books?
what makes him publicly, is he publicly slating Islam?
Aziz, he doesn't need to be condemned. He doesn't need to be condemned by a government. He can be condemned by his family and the family and the community, and they can take the law or the justice in their own hands.
No, they can't.
They don't need a government.
Yes,
What are
they
you
can.
talking about?
Absolutely, they can.
No, they
This
can't.
guy has no idea what he's talking about. So he doesn't know that
Okay,
an imam can actually do
let's just
fatwa
do this.
against a personal
So there'll
person.
be no legal proceedings after your family take the law into
an
their own
imam,
hands.
if an imam actually put the fatwa against you, what has happened? If an imam puts a fatwa against you, is that not a legal proceeding?
So is there a fatwa against your dad?
Apparently, from my cousins, they say yes.
Well,
it
your
is.
cousin is not a mufti. He's not an imam. You know.
No, he said he went to an imam. He already said what happened, and the people who were actually in the university can also confirm. So now they went to an imam and got a fatwa against me and my father. What are you going to do about that?
So is that what they did? Did they do that? Did they get that? No. Did they do that?
Palestine.
Who is this idiot?
Yeah. So you gave me a hypothetical. Did they get a fatwa? Because you're not going to get one.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. They've already gotten a fatwa, and that if I ever come back into any Muslim country, that fatwa is effective.
That's you lied. So you've got an exclusive fatwa on your father, bro.
First of all, they're not going to actually announce a fatwa, especially if I want to actually come back to a country.
Famous? Like, who's your father?
Listen, this guy is a nutshell.
Aziz.
Who the fuck is this nigga?
Who's this guy? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Aziz, everything that he's saying, okay, can be. I mean,
he needs to prove it. He needs to prove it.
Is it that? I mean, he's not going to dox himself to prove something.
I'm not going to dox myself. I'm not stupid.
But Aziz, does this sound so out of the ordinary to you that this, like, stuff like this could happen?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, I'll tell you what it is.
I can give you documented examples.
Okay, hold on. Let Aziz speak, please.
So what he's saying is, right, that because his father left Islam and so did he, his family got his imam to order a fatwa on him. First of all, that wouldn't be a valid fatwa because that's a personal thing that you've managed to somehow get a private fatwa.
No, we have two different fatwas. Again, you don't know the details.
And also, you
So
can't get
what is the first? So
no
if you
imam
know,
is getting you halal blood fatwa, a private halal blood fatwa.
What is the first? Aziz, stop. What is the first ruling of fiqh if you're actually trying to expose it to in a bad light? What's the first ruling for that?
Oh, which fiqh? Which are you referring to?
Any fiqh, any Islamic jurisprudence. If I actually were to say to give it to a layman to read in order to expose what it says, what is the ruling and punishment for that?
For what?
What the hell is wrong with this guy? I'm saying if I show from any book, if I go to any Islamic jurisprudence and give it to a layman in order to expose it in a bad light, what is the punishment for that according to fiqh, according to Umdat al-Salih, according to Hidayah, according to any Islamic jurisprudence book?
Yeah, but we're not laymen, you know. You're claiming to not be a layman, and I'm not a layman. So you're ignoring the new ones. That's what it is. You're not gonna get us that.
Apparently, there's a new one. He doesn't even know that there's a new one.
You know, you could probably lie to these guys in the room because they want to believe you. But I know how this thing works. Look at what you said, bro. It's borderline like ridiculous what you said.
Okay, but
again.
Aziz, wait, hold on. Phonics. Let's not do the yes, I'm right, no, you're wrong. If you're gonna say that it's ridiculous, tell him why he's wrong.
Yeah, I can tell you why you're wrong. I can tell you why you're wrong, right?
Aziz, let's see how much do you know about fiqh. Let's see what in terms of.
Listen, I'm not a theologist. That's not my. You're probably not either, from the sounds of it.
It seems like I know more about fiqh than you do. And I know more about your Prophet and the Quran and the Sunnah more than you do. So far, it seems like you have zero knowledge. But you sound like a Shafi'i. You sound like a Shafi'i. Maybe we should go to Shafi'i.
I find it difficult to accept the idea, right? And maybe I'm just delusional, but that your family, because your father no longer prays, and you don't know what he said.
That's not what he said.
What are they? What are you? Are you publicly slating Islam? Like, what are you doing?
Yes, I'm saying that Islam is a dangerous religion, and I twist on your Prophet, and I twist on Islam itself.
And are you going out and saying that like in the streets?
I talk about how your Prophet was banging 9-year-olds. I talk about Muhammad getting gangbanged by a bunch of the people.
So now you're getting this. Now we're getting somewhere. So now
I also talk about how your own Imam Abu Hanifa says that you can marry your daughter and your sister, your grandma as well.
I get it. So I get it. I do get it. Like, I do get what you're saying. Now I get it. Like, so obviously you're like an outward spoken anti-Islamist, right? Cool.
Yeah. Yes. I try to make fun of your Prophet every single day.
Your father was a government detractor,
and I take religion.
If they kill him in the streets of Egypt, he is getting a trial. Whoever kills him is getting a trial. I'm sorry, your fatwa is not valid. You can't get a private fatwa on your family, bro. It's not happening, bro. So you made that up, bro. I'm sorry. The computer says no. ChatGPT, yeah. It's not happening, bro. You made that shit up.
Why don't you actually?
You can't do that, bro.
Aziz. Let's not do this. Why don't you actually in the Islamic laws that you know?
Yeah.
Why don't you just point? Because you're talking to a guy who is studying to be a judge. According to the laws, allegedly. Okay, fine. That's fair.
I can even show you.
If you want to prove him wrong, why don't you tell him? Listen, according to this law and that policy, this is why you're wrong in the fatwa on your head. Why don't you do that rather than just say, I don't believe you. I don't believe your story. I don't believe anything.
Yeah, I don't believe the punching the father.
Because Aziz is a fine. And he's everything that he accuses other people.
John, hold on. Okay.
Instead of your dad, bro.
Okay, fine. You don't have to believe literally any of that. But why don't you tell him exactly what it was that you think that he's not telling the truth about and why he would? No, you haven't. You haven't. He asked you what school of thought that you have. You said it's irrelevant, and he's saying according to your school of thought, I can show you exactly why you're wrong, and you're refusing.
Regardless, listen, he's listening, right? Regardless of your madhab, you cannot get a private fatwa to order the death of your father and make the blood halal without legal proceedings. You cannot.
It wasn't a private.
It's not in one Muslim country, unless you're MBS. Unless you're MBS or
it wasn't a private fatwa.
You cannot do that.
It wasn't a private fatwa. It wasn't a private fatwa. It was from the Chief Justice Ministers. It was from a Chief Justice Minister.
So then your father must be a detractor of the state, bro.
Yeah, because my father is someone
an enemy of the state, bro.
As well.
Your father is a detractor. He probably did treason, bro.
No, he said his father was a judge.
But he didn't treason. Right, he's probably a corrupt Supreme Court judge. He's probably a corrupt judge, but there's
no. Now you're just throwing allegations.
Now he was allegations.
I'm doing the math.
You have no basis.
I'm just doing the math, bro.
Your Todia does not work here, my friend. Your Todia does not work here.
It's probably true.
Don't try to play games with me, dude. I've played this game long before you were in your diapers. So let me tell you something. It seems like you don't know your own
private fucking creed.
So let me go through some of the fiqh books here. I just posted something. Simon, would you like to kindly read about one of the fiqh books from the Hanafi school of thought? Since he always talked about Egypt.
I cannot read.
So this is a book called Bahishti Zever. This is from Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanawi. He got his ijaza also from Al-Azhar University, since he always talks about Egypt. So I'm assuming that he would need an ijaza as well in order to go against it. and argue against it. So why don't you read page 2 on the red circle part?
Sorry, I'm just reading something.
And just for people who don't know what
right, so I've got the Islamic jurisprudence here, just to completely shatter your reality that you try to push to these people. I've got all the legal structures in place here. I'll read it out to you guys in case you don't know. Right? Here you go. Okay. It's talking about the permissibility of making blood halal based on speaking badly on Islam or rejecting the faith. There are no means to perform a private fatwa. I've asked ChatGPT. This is all the sources here. This is just facts. Don't hate me. Don't hate the messenger. It says it here. Blasphemy is taken seriously, but with conditions. It has it here. You cannot prescribe a death penalty without legal proceedings. So if you're walking the streets, you cannot kill you. No one can kill your father, bro. The state can order it, and if they haven't ordered it,
you hear who I said that actually gave the fatwa? Again, it was a chief justice minister who actually put the fatwa on me and my father.
So what happened? So what you're saying is your dad was a judge, and a chief justice minister ordered a fatwa on his death. Is that what you're saying?
And me as well. Okay. So it's both of us.
Okay, I mean, you say you don't want to doctor, so you have to be careful with this stuff. Don't give too much information away, man. That's too much. But I'm just saying, like, you just have to. This doesn't make sense, bro. I'm sorry. It just doesn't add up, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't add up to someone. So here's something. So since he actually wants to bring up like actual fiqh books, I'm actually bringing you a fiqh book. I'm even quoting the reference of the fiqh book. I'm not actually going to ChatGPT to do that.
Well, it's got the reference.
This is actually one of the books from the Hanafi school by Maulana Ashraf Ali Tahanawi. They're actually using court systems. I had to actually study this. They made a English translation of this, but I had to learn it in Arabic. This is one of the books that I had to actually study. If you go to page 2, it tells you about not if you can have sex with a little girl, but how to have sex with a little girl, and the rules of engagement when it comes to banging a little girl. Why don't you do that?
Right, but I just don't want to get into that because we did that with the Judaism and we did that with the Catholic Church the other day. I just don't want to do that, bro. I don't want to go down that avenue. I just don't want to go down that avenue, bro. I just don't want to talk about the Catholic Church. I just don't want to talk about any of those.
Let's
talk about rabbis doing funny things. I don't want to do that, bro.
In Judaism, we don't have this in Judaism. Aziz, try to stay focused.
We've seen it, bro. We've seen it.
Try to stay focused.
We've seen the laws.
I don't know why people engage. I don't even know why people on Clubhouse still engage with you.
It's
but if they choose, they can do this. But keep your Jew-hating rhetoric to yourself if you can, as much as you can, please.
Let's just not go there. You know, how old is Sarah? Let's not go there. Like, it's just disingenuous. So you have scriptures justifying.
What's disingenuous is you know, try to keep your Jew. This is not just like Aziz. This is like if you wanna swim in a jihadi. If you want to swim in a jihadi Nazi sewage, go to a Mills room. Here, please keep your Nazi rhetoric to yourself.
No, but I walked into like a kind of disingenuous Islamophobia hate fest, you know?
No, it's not Islamophobia. Not everything that you say about Islam is Islamophobia.
It's almost like that's the only thing you guys talk about, the religion itself. Like, I don't talk about Judaism. No.
Well, because Islam, unlike Judaism, is a framework. Because Islam, unlike Judaism, is a complete political ideology, and Judaism we don't use the political. We are not talking. No. There's not a single state that has Jewish laws. But there are many states with Islamic laws, and even in the West, the Muslims in the West. Even in the Muslims, I think I even asked you at one point if you think that you should have like a Sharia law
Jihad over here, Jesus, what retards.
Yeah, I just want to say.
Anyway,
You guys make it about religion. You can't.
Just,
I can
it is about religion. It is about religion.
You don't believe in God.
Yeah, sure.
Let's read out what Abu Hanifa says.
But you want to kill me because of your religion. That is my problem.
Since you brought it up, let's read what Abu Hanifa says about
you don't believe in God,
who you can marry. So this is basically one of the.
You also don't believe in God. You believe in Satan or whatever you believe in. So you're not in a position to. And to be honest, Aziz, I don't care about what you believe. Just stay the fuck out of our way and don't kill Jews. That is all I'm asking. Don't kill Jews. Don't spread hate on Jews. Don't spread light on Jews. It's very basic, simple things that I'm asking of you. And it is about religion. Your people from your religion that are taking dominance in all the top terror organizations that are screaming Allah Akbar. And unfortunately, Aziz, your religion has been weaponized to do awful, awful things. And people like you, let me finish. And people, let me finish. And people like you, the so-called moderate Muslims, are being silent while your religion is being used to commit awful, awful crimes. So yes, it is. It's not about me. It's about your.
You funded ISIS.
Again, you are ISIS. You understand? You are ISIS. But Aziz, we are not funding ISIS. We are not funding anyone. Qatar funded Hamas. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not engaging with an idiot.
Okay, so there's actually documented cases about this. So, as an example, you can have a fatwa.
I don't want to have a religious discussion. No,
you can have a fatwa.
So leave.
Go down.
So leave. Bye. You're not contributing anything, so you will not be missing anyway.
Okay, so you can have a fatwa calling
person at a time.
Without.
Can I respond to him before we move on? So this is from his own book. This is from his own Islamic jurisprudence book. This is from Imam Abu Hanifa, which is one of the guys who actually started the Hanafi school of thought. So this is as big as it gets. And Imam Abu Hanifa said in al-Book al-Muhalla by Imam Ibn Hazm says that there is no punishment for the one who married his mother, who gave birth to him, his daughter, his sister, his grandmother, his paternal aunt, his maternal aunt, his brother's daughter, and his sister's daughter, knowing that they were forbidden to him. This is from your own scholar, who is pretty much the greatest scholar that ever lived from all the four schools of thought, with the exception of Imam al-Ghazali. But this is the guy that they actually, this is what we call a fiqh book. It's all dumbed down for you to the point that you just have to accept what it says. So it's very explicit that you can actually marry your own mother in the Hanafi school of thought.
Okay, and there's two documented cases. So the one case you can have a fatwa calling for the death of someone without any legal proceeding of any kind. And that is, of course, a very famous case of the fatwa against Salman Rushdie. There was no trial, there was no indictment, there was no legal form, no defense right. There was simply a religious decree calling for his death, which was attempted and acted on by people from around the world. The other case I wanted to mention was the case of a 23-year-old in Saudi Arabia, Hamza Kashgari, who simply posted on Twitter 3 posts where he posed questions, and because of that, he was immediately threatened with death sentences. He actually flew to Malaysia to escape possible prosecution that was being threatened to him. Saudi Arabia managed to get extradition from Malaysia, even though they don't have extradition arrangements with Malaysia. He was sent back, and he was held in prison for 2 years without any trial, and he was threatened with charges that would have led to his death penalty for merely asking questions and in no way left Islam or anything like that. And even that was considered sufficient to threaten his life. So all of these things are possible given that.
And for anyone that doesn't believe that in Muslim countries, or some Muslim countries, I should say, do not permit child marriages to adults. There, you can look it up. I put a couple of the cases in the chat. I think one was a 9-year-old and one was a 12-year-old who were both killed on their wedding night.
Yeah, there was a case based on what we were talking about earlier in another room, where there was in Yemen where a 23-year-old was married to a 13-year-old. I don't know what age they got married, but this was the age at which she ended up dying because he insisted on forcibly trying to consummate the marriage. And despite the various injuries that were in the process of forcing to do this, he continued his acts and led to her death.
By the way, I have another one over here. If you guys look at my picture profile. So this is from Imam Hajj al-Asqalani from his book Fath al-Bari. This is the book that they actually use in order to understand the accuracies of the grading system. You know, the Sahih, the Hassan, and the Da'if, and the fabricated. So all the different grading systems come from this very particular book as to what the accuracy is. If you read this page over here that I actually have an excerpt of, it even talks about child marriage. And Ibn Battal said, it's lawful to marry a little prepubescent girl with an older man as consensus. So this is consensus among all scholars. Ijma'. So when you see the word ijma', that means all four schools of thought believe it. Even if she is in the cradle, and it's taken from the hadith of the Messenger of Allah that a father can marry his little prepubescent daughter without her consent. So even if she's in a cradle, she's a one day old, totally okay to get married.
I think there's technical problems with the room.
Did anyone hear what I just said?
We heard you. I think that people are just sort of in shock.
Yeah, so this is the stuff that we had to learn in Islamic University. I mean, I can go down the cannibalism route. It gets funny, like, if you don't take it seriously, but people do take it seriously, and it doesn't get funny in those countries. But now I can probably talk about it, and if you want, I can go down that route.
No, well, there's YouTube videos you can watch where public stations in some Middle East countries discuss this and are giving advice or religious rulings to people, and they discuss this idea of marriage at any age, that there's no lower limit of any kind.
You know, a few months ago I came across a book called Law, I think it was called Law of the Desert. It's about Bedouins and Bedouin law and how it was developed. And I think all of these legal systems, whether they be sort of Judaism or in Islam and Bedouin law, kind of developed. And I think that this is sort of the reality of the foundation of law, right? Because you have a set of moral about realities, and you have a bunch of cultures that people interact with, and some of them get legislated and kept in through society because that's a part of like popular culture, and then some things get thrown out. Actually, I find legal development pretty interesting, but I think it's part of the same sort of thing.
So I just posted about the cannibalism thing. If you want me to read, it's from Minhaj al-Talibin. This is a book by the Shafi'i school of thought. So this is Imam Nawawi's work, and he's a giant scholar when it comes to the Shafi'i school of thought. In case of urgency, one may even eat a human corpse or kill an apostate or an infidel not subject to Muslim authority in order to eat him. But one may never kill for this purpose an infidel subject of a Muslim prince or an infidel minor not so subject, nor an infidel who has obtained a safe conduct. And then it says, a person suffering from hunger who finds a corpse and at the same time eatables not forbidden but belonging to another should, according to our school, eat the corpse rather than taking eatables that do not belong to him. No, I look back at it, it's pretty funny. So guys, don't steal if you're hungry. Just eat another corpse.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you know how strict Judaism is about avoiding death and avoiding improperly slaughtered animals and getting the blood out through it? If you're a Cohen, you actually can't go to a family member's funeral.
Yeah, but however, if life is at stake, then those rules don't apply.
No, the idea is that it's just so, it's like the idea is that God came up with those laws, and then Christianity, and then Islam, and it, it went from this to this to that, and it's a total reversal of what came before. In so many ways.
Jason, I didn't get a chance to tell you I appreciated your comments from the conversation the other day.
Yeah, I remember the last room we were in. But vaguely, I haven't seen you for a while, actually.
Yeah, it was just like a couple days ago, within the last couple of days. When we were talking about, what were we talking about? What I appreciated, it was a pro-life abortion discussion, and I liked how you're able to agree with people who are taking the opposing position, based on whatever the actual principles being discussed, which a lot of people have difficulty doing.
Oh, that's right. I remember now. Yeah, that was an interesting discussion. It was funny how Sam actually kind of accepted the line of questioning I gave.
Yeah,
the outcome.
At the end, I had to give up because it started getting a little ridiculous and repetitive and kind of dumb at the end. But for the most part, it was a pretty good discussion.
Yeah, you had that guy in there who was like, the government can't restrict people's freedom at all. Like, basically, like the hard libertarian guy. And the guy was like, don't you understand what the government is?
Yeah, and then you gave some examples, and I gave very specific examples where it is done. And he just seemed to think, I don't know, he just kind of ignored it.
What just happened?
I don't know.
There's some kind of technical problem, so.
With what? What happened with the libertarian guy?
Oh, it was just a very long discussion. He was a libertarian, but he was not very realistic about history and the way things actually are.
It was Elliot.
I don't know who Elliot is.
You were there for my conversation with Elliot. Actually.
Was it the one with the law isn't philosophical, or was it that one?
Well, yeah, and then Elliot was really advancing social contract theory. I was saying, well, like this was toward the end, and I think you had gone by then. But I'm like, well, dude, if you try to find a time when that occurred or something,
you follow up on those ideas and say like, okay, does it look like a contract? Generally, it doesn't. And I said we'll have to talk about it next time. Sam was actually saying he wanted to do a roof plan, so he didn't try to treat it in great detail. But Adam Smith had a good discussion of why social contract theory is maybe not so credible.
Oh yeah, social contract theory is fucking bullshit.
Tell me more about that. What's your take on that?
I don't believe in social contract theory. I think it's an easy way to completely evade individualism, and it completely escapes the reality of either you believe in the concept of individual rights or you believe in social contract theory, where we're basically you can just vote. You can vote on literally anything, as long as it's and the justification you can give is, well, because we just vote on it, it's acceptable. We all societally agree on particular things that we can just remove certain freedoms, and it's like, yeah, okay, so you just don't believe in individual rights, and you have a misconception of what the role of government should be.
Yeah, but Simon, you would agree that these individual rights aren't absolute, right?
Yes, they are. Either you believe in the concept of an individual right is simply a moral principle. So it's like saying, well, me killing people is not absolute. Like me initiating force is not absolute or not. It's like, well, it just depends on your moral framework. Either you accept that the initiation of force is always evil, or you don't. So it's like saying, that's the point. And then the role of government is simply to recognize that moral principle and then define what that actually looks like. So that's why you have laws to explicitly say, this is a principle that if you go past it, you're in violation of someone's rights. But if you're saying, well, rights aren't absolute, I can't help you with that, because a right is simply a moral principle. Either you abide by and you accept people have the right to act how they want, unless it violates the rights of another person. But in order to have that principle clearly defined, that's where the government steps in and then writes it into law. This is when you're in violation of another person's rights. So yes, rights are absolute. Either you accept it, either you accept that premise or you don't. But if you don't, then you simply just don't believe in the totality of what individual rights actually constitutes.
Rights aren't inherent, right? Rights are only granted by the state or the collection of people that make up the entity in which you live, right? So you live in a community, you live in a state, you have a government or some whatever, and they decide what rights are extended to the individual versus the collective. If you live by yourself, it doesn't matter.
If I may offer a slightly different take on this, I kind of agree with Simon that there are some fundamentals here. The details are decided by the society. There isn't some way to get the platonic form of the details. But if the society decides the right wrong, then there are public policy consequences, and there are visible stoppages and screw-ups and infelicities in the way the government works. So there is natural law. I think this is the natural law position, the position of people in Edmund Burke's time and Adam Smith's time, the position of the people who embody classical liberalism. There is an order to this. There are policies that if you make them, they're not going to work out. You can't just make any policy you want because the collective says they want it. And that is governed by things outside of what people want. And we need to want to know those things and want to conform to those things. And that's what brings you around to concepts of natural rights. There are things we can embody in public policy and things we can't. There are people we can give certain powers to, and there are people who shouldn't have those powers relative to other people. And that is shown in the workings of it and in our experience with that.
Well, Jason, I agree with you that there are limits to what a collective can do versus individuals' rights or natural rights, whatever you want to call them. On the other hand, those rights are not absolute. And that's the problem, is the collective can impinge on those rights. So as a very simple example, most people accept that individuals have a right to property. But that right to property isn't absolute, because you have the state has the power of eminent domain and can force you to sell that property.
And that's just a contradiction.
Well, it's not a contradiction. This is.
Well, yeah. How could you have the right to property, but then also the state gets to just take it?
Because you assume that these rights are somehow absolute, and they can't.
I'm not saying they're absolute. That's what I'm saying. I never said that they're absolute. I'm saying if you accept contradictions, then you just contradict the idea of
it's not a
individual rights.
It's a question of scope and domain. You have a right to property. You have a right to property.
As long as you don't. As long as we voted away.
No, it's not voted away. This is the thing.
I mean, how could you accept it?
Eminent domain is not voted.
Maybe you don't understand how eminent domain works.
No, I understand how it works. I'm just saying it's a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
Well,
it's a contradiction. How could you have a state that protects individual rights but also violates the right of property?
Because you're assuming that rights are somehow absolute, and they're
not saying it's absolute.
Well, if I may offer an alternative way to look at this, Simon, I mean, the only reason you have or in most cases anyway, when you have a court case, when you have a dispute, it's because there is a conflict of rights. And conflicts of rights occur all the time. And they can't be absolute. Like we have a basic right to go to go wherever we want to go. And people also have a right not to be bothered by other people. And so if you go right into someone else's space, now there is a conflict of rights. On the one hand, I want to go there.
Can we just define our terms? What are rights?
A right is a cause of action at law in a public policy sense.
So you're simply saying a right is a legal framework then?
No, it is a just basis for a dispute. It's a just basis for a dispute. If you have a right to something, you have a basis for a dispute. It doesn't decide the dispute, okay? Because someone else can have a just basis as well.
Well, that's within a legal context.
Yeah, it's within a public policy context.
Yeah, without a political system, rights don't exist. That's my point, right?
Well, without people being involved in adjudicating the conflict, sure, you're right. Which is to say, without a community, rights don't exist. But as long as you have a community, you have third parties to conflict who basically are like, hey, you two, we got to figure this out. And that's the origin of rights. That's the origin of public policy.
If you live by yourself, you can have all the rights you want, right? You can do whatever you want. But as long as you live with other people, you have to live within the boundaries by which the community has defined those rights.
Well, no, you don't. You don't.
You do.
No, as long as you live within a community, you have to accept that other people are going to be involved in disputes you have with other people. But that community frequently cannot force you to do the things according to the rules it has decided. It frequently fails to do so, and there are numerous examples of that. And that's a clue that the community has made the wrong rule.
Yes.
And no, you don't have to abide by it. Prohibition was an example of that.
No, Jason.
The federal laws against marijuana are an example of that. You really don't. Maybe you should, but if you want to talk about what really happens, no, you don't always. And you often don't have to.
Okay, that's the point. It's not unlimited. So if you say you don't always have to, no, but sometimes you do, and that's the point. So the state does have that power, and it is necessary. And as you pointed out, it's necessary for a couple of reasons. One is when you have two rights that conflict with each other for different parties, and also when you have the interests of the state as a collective versus the individual rights. And this is shown in one example after another.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
and the two examples that you gave actually were prohibition and marijuana. I mean, for a very long period of time, people went to jail for those things, and then they were changed, right? So the laws can be changed. Nobody's saying that laws are absolute and the way that they are formed, because they can be modified. But again, that takes the larger collective to do that.
No, marijuana is still illegal in this country.
I mean,
which is a contradiction.
Right,
but it's still illegal in this country.
So
it's illegal at the federal level.
Yes. So that's the community of the United States. Do you have to not smoke marijuana? Well, as a practical matter, no. The answer is no. Marijuana is illegal in Texas. Do you have to not smoke marijuana in Texas? No. So, no, you do not have to. None of these things are things you can state as absolutes, okay? You have to abide by the laws that community sets. No, you don't. You can do, rights are absolute. No, they are not. Okay? And so on. All these things have to be balanced against one another.
Is murder always wrong?
Well, only definitionally, Simon, because a murder is a wrongful
against
killing.
The law.
Well, no, a murder is a wrongful killing definitionally. But it's also wrongful.
It's unlawful killing.
No.
But it's also definitionally wrongful. Okay.
Murder implies that you are killing first without any reason.
Well, but it doesn't matter that Simon. But what I'm trying to get at, Simon, is that's in the definition of murder, that it's wrongful. That you did a wrong to someone by killing them.
Well, killing is not inherently wrong. I mean,
but a murder is not the same word as killing. So you want to use
the way you should murder.
That's but that doesn't make any sense because it's in the definition.
My question was simply: is murder always wrong?
Yeah. And that is by definition, it is always wrong. Yeah.
Yes, it's absolute. Yes, so it's an absolute. It's always wrong. My point is that rights are absolute. So anything that contradicts a right would be just that. It's a contradiction. Your rights are absolute. People can have contradictory views on rights, but it doesn't mean that it isn't absolute. It just means that you have a contradictory view and justification to violate that right.
No,
of course, rights are absolute.
But rights are not absolute. All the rights have limits. And those limits mean that they're not absolute. They don't apply.
So if we just vote each other, if we vote away to murder each other, kill each other, does that make it justified?
No. See, Simon, this is where you're making the nexus. I didn't say that the rights go away simply by voting against them. So certain rights can't be taken away just by voting against them.
Why?
But rights have limits. The limits do not imply that they can be taken away simply by voting against them.
Okay, well, what's the principle stopping you?
I gave you an example already of eminent domain.
What are these universal rights in which that you espouse? Like, where do they come from?
It's a moral principle. It's a moral principle. Either you uphold the principle of individual rights or you don't.
So it's
based off human nature and man's requirement for living. So when you say stuff like, to me, property rights is one of the most sacred things. Without property rights, almost nothing. No, you don't have other rights basically. Because if a person cannot keep what he actually produces, you're basically a slave.
But so you agree that the property rights is not absolute, right?
Yes, well, of course I say property rights are absolute because it's based off man's nature. He needs to have this. Right. If you just believe in contradictions to remove certain things, of course. If you're simply again, you just said the state can take away because of eminent domain. Eminent domain is just there because we voted on it. Like if you vote away eminent domain, it goes away.
How do you obtain property? Sam asked a good question earlier I would like to address, okay? Just where do these rights come from? And in classical liberalism, we have a different idea about where they come from, right? Which is that you try different things, and it turns out certain arrangements of the government system actually works. And certain arrangements lead to chaos, okay? And things that you don't want in your society. And so the truth is we don't know. Maybe they come from God. Maybe they come from nature. This is what you see in Adam Smith's writing on this topic and why they are called natural rights or God-given rights, because we don't know where they come from. But the proof is in the pudding if you organize things in certain ways. And then when Euro says rights have limits, I think in a classical liberal framework, we have a very different way of articulating that. Just simply that rights come into conflict from time to time. They come into conflict, and then you must adjudicate. That conflict. Do they have any inherent limits? No. I mean, if they never come into conflict, then there's no limit, right? But they do come into conflict, and then you must adjudicate the conflict.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of the legal system. The point is that all of the laws are supposed to define what your freedom of actions are based off of individual rights. So, for example, your property rights, your property, the law says if you take someone's property without their consent, you're stealing. The principle is if your freedom of action intervenes in someone else's freedom, which is, it includes their property, then now you are in violation of a person's right. Now you can bring in the courts, an adjudicator to adjudicate the situation. Now that's the principle of every law. Every law is supposed to be based off of individual rights. So when you say individual rights are not absolute, it's like, well, what do you mean? The entire legal system and framework is based off of this. So what would that actually mean, and what would be
there is no legal framework anywhere in this planet where rights are absolute. Rights are always limited.
I didn't say that they are.
But he's asking what that means.
To an example.
He's asking what that means. What does it mean that rights are not absolute?
It means they operate in certain domains, and that they have limits, and they do not apply beyond those limits. So you have a right to property is a good example, but you can lose that right to property through several different means. So one of them, I already stated, eminent domain. I mean, there's also adverse.
But you're not. Hold on. You're not losing the right. It's just eminent domain itself contradicts property rights. So you're just saying it doesn't. But I'm simply saying that eminent domain absolutely contradicts.
Let's set it aside. You can't keep like hitting the same button over and over again and trying to get a different result. A little flexibility will help. A little flexibility will help using different words and using different examples. So, Simon, another way you can lose your right to property is harmful use of the property.
No, the question
if you
is,
use your,
how do you
we'll have a second to ask your question. You'll have a second. If you use your property in a way that is harmful to others, it can be taken from you. And that's true all over the world. And it has been true for however long you want to think, okay? This is kind of a universal principle of jurisprudence. So if you don't like the example of eminent domain, there are other cases where you can lose your property.
And the question is how do you obtain property in the first place?
There are, and that's a good question too. And I'll come to that, but let's hear Simon's response.
Yeah. So again, so the fact if you're saying that you violate someone's right, you don't lose your right to property. You simply just have some sort of. I mean, give me an instance of that actually happening, because I don't know. Like you have a gun and then it's taken away, for example, or like what? Like give me an actual.
You own a house and you own land, and the government wants to build a highway.
No. We're talking about harmful use now.
That's eminent domain.
We're talking about harmful use now. And so you have to stop hitting the same button. You're not answering the question he asked. You're not answering the question. You're not answering and he's allowed to dismiss it. You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question he asked. He said, okay, what's an example of harmful use? Okay, leading to the loss of your property. Right. You need to answer that if you want to speak to his question. And if you don't, then let someone else answer his question.
His question was providing an example, and I'm giving you an example
of harmful use. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
And that's what his question is about. That's what his question is about. No, don't go back to eminent domain. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not hit the same button over and over again. Either of you. All right. So unconstructive.
Okay, that's fine.
Harmful. So what's an example of harmful use? Okay, an example of losing your property from harmful use is you are driving drunk, you hit a building with your car, and your car is taken from you for a period of time.
You forfeited your rights.
Yes.
It's not the fact that you lose your rights or someone votes your rights away. That's just a clear example.
I never said
it's like saying,
voted away. I said
just let him finish what he's saying.
Why don't you just stop talking and let me finish the point?
Because you're saying you forfeit your rights.
We know that. We know it.
If you murder someone, you forfeit your rights and you go to jail.
Right.
That's the whole point.
Okay. So you don't think that's a case of a person losing their property rights? Then I'm not sure what we would call that. Okay, I'm not sure what we would call that. But that at least clarifies something for me. But Sam wanted to say something, and maybe we can go to Sam's topic and then come back to them.
I like Jason's example, but I think the idea, if you can forfeit your rights, then I think inherently, then that means that rights are not universal, right? Like in many cases, you don't regain those rights back.
You're just hitting the same button. You had a new topic. You had a new, more specific topic instead of hitting the same button.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you obtain property in the first place, right? That's my question.
Okay, so one way you can obtain property is someone else gives it to you.
Right, so that means granted property, right?
Yeah, you can be granted property. Yeah.
And if there's a conflict between that property, then it goes to be adjudicated. Like who is the dispute in the ownership?
Two people think that people gave it to them. Is that the conflict you're talking about?
Yes, or someone believes that they inherited it or were granted it, and the person who previously owned it said that was either a mistake or a misunderstanding.
Okay. Yeah, and then it will be adjudicated. Okay, and this is.
That doesn't really contradict anything I've been saying.
No. The question is property ownership, right? So if we use houses, for example, or something that we can identify as something as transferable by contract, the fact that is transferred over by a contract and that it has to be recognized by the state or a collection of people to identify whose property it belongs to, so that there's not an issue, right? That means that body of recognition can also be a body of revocation. They can be in charge of
so deem it, it can be reassigned. Yeah.
Well, that's not really getting to like the heart of what I'm actually talking about. I'm simply
so it means that you don't actually have right to your own property as long as if society says that you don't have the right to that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying if you don't believe in property rights and you just come into my house and steal everything, well, then I don't have rights, do I? A right is a moral principle. Either you live by those principles or you don't. That's why, for example, socialists or communists, like, they don't mind destroying property because they don't have because they don't think that property is inherent to someone's life, essentially they don't believe in the concept of property rights, so they don't care if destruction and all that type of stuff. That's why they don't mind giving away everything to the state, right? So if you don't believe in that principle, if you don't uphold that principle, then you don't have it. That's why in America you have some semblance of property rights. In North Korea you don't, because those people don't believe in property rights, so they don't have property rights.
Yeah, so you know what, Simon, I do actually agree with you on the principle, and this is why I actually believe that or I've come to the belief, I should say, that this is sort of a cultural thing, right? So morality is a cultural phenomenon, and every society has its own cultural, moral, social framework. So by that idea, that means that it's not a universal principle, right? Like at least your concept of these rights are not a universal concept. They are particular to a particular culture and probably a place.
Well, in the application, I'm saying the principle of property rights is true for all human beings. That's why if you look at North Korea versus America, North Korea is a shithole. But if you apply that principle to North Korea, you would see basically South Korea. So I'm strictly talking about based off of human nature, based off human the requirements of man. Property rights is essential for a human being to flourish as a human being based off of his nature.
Well, that's a different story whether it's inherent or not to humanity.
I'm not saying it's inherent. I'm simply saying it's a requirement for human beings to uphold that principle in order to flourish as human beings. So I'm not saying it's inherent. I'm just saying.
How is it different, Sam? If it's inherent, it's universal, isn't it? No, I'm asking Sam.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't think so. Actually, I think that those are, and quite honestly, I don't know if it's actually inherent. I think that we have just sort of come to this conclusion at our current stage in human evolution to say that it may be something inherent because we feel like it's a concept that currently works, right? But there are many people out there who believe that it doesn't work, and that's their own personal philosophy or issue. Like there are a lot of people who are saying the American capitalistic system, for example, of individualistic property ownership and whatever else, it doesn't really work because there are so many people out there that don't have.
Hold on, Sam. Everyone can have an opinion, and they're allowed to be wrong. That's one of their rights. So just because people hold the opinion, that doesn't really help us to decide whether it's inherent or not. Those people may be wrong, right? So what's really going to help us to decide? We can't just go based on people's opinion.
Well, that's why it's based off rights.
I think he's saying that we're basing it off of the evidence, right? So we can see that individual property rights as a concept works in society because we see society flourishing for a particular period of time, where we see countries or concepts where people don't have individualistic property rights and they do not flourish. Therefore, the evidence is contrary to the idea of human
human flourishing. Yeah. And so then if you think about it from the standpoint of a public policy, someone who is responsible for public policy, someone who has to make choices about public policy or administer public policy, I think you have a duty to choose one of these scenarios over the other, and it's a very clear duty.
Okay, so
do you see? Yeah.
But so we can accept. I can accept your premise, but I can also say that. Okay, so, but does that mean that it is what Simon is calling an inherent right, or at least I think that's what it's calling an inherent right? It's 3 a.m. Sorry, where I am. I didn't realize how late it was.
Yeah, Simon keeps saying he doesn't want to use that word.
No, but it's because I'm not saying it's an attribute of a human. I'm saying based off human nature, property rights is a principle that you should uphold as a moral virtue.
So he's not saying it's an inherent right. See? But I think it is clear that it's the best we know we can do now. And as far as our understanding of human nature, like Simon is saying, it's the best we can do now. It's the best we know now. And shouldn't we try to do the best that we know now? I mean,
yeah, it's an idea, but I think what Euro is saying is that, like, naturally and in society, when you have like a collection of people, that is not something that and I'm not trying to contradict what you're saying. I'm saying what I think I understand Euro to be saying, which I think I may agree with, is that when you have like a collection of 100 people or whatever, then the rights that you have are something that is only extended by virtue of the whatever the majority of the people are that establish the system.
It boils down to what I said earlier, and it's basically the vote. So just to press back on the point of his eminent domain thing, the only reason I said that eminent domain is inherently just contradictory to property rights is because if you look at the proper function of a government, essentially it's there to protect your rights. That's the only function of a government. Now, when you break it down, if you say that I have property rights, and then you tell me, well, the role of government has the power to use eminent domain, all you're saying is that I have the right to property, but now because the government needs something, they can take my property, literally expropriate it, and then use it how they want. That's the literal definition of the violation of my rights. But only because you have allowed the government you somehow justify that. That doesn't negate that you're violating my rights. That just means that you have justified the forfeiture of my property and the legal, and you've just given a legal justification for the government to do so. But that doesn't mean that you're not contradicting my right to property.
Okay, so some people can say that the right to own property is only extended to you by the government, right? Say that again.
So the government doesn't. The government is there to recognize your property. So
why?
That if I have,
why can't they just say the government owns the property totally, and that you are?
I own it.
Well, okay, but Sam, they can say that.
So that I don't have property.
But Sam, you keep coming back to this position that is like people can say this, people can say that, but that's not an argument. People can say anything. That doesn't give you any basis.
I'm not saying people. I'm saying the government, right?
Same thing. They are people. They can say whatever. They can say whatever they want.
Anybody can say whatever they want to say.
And that's not an argument.
Anybody can say whatever they want to say. But the reality of it is that governments are structures that humans as a collective create. Right. This is what we fight wars over. This is what we kill people over. And also legal systems are things that are structures that people as collectives create, and you can have all the rights and freedoms and do whatever in your own space and your own time, but as long as you live with other people, then you are bound by the rules of other people. And what we have created in does not exist, again, universally in every society, but is something that is a thought experiment that expanded into practicality through Western society with the invention of things like liberalism and whatever else you want to call it, right? Like those are just things that.
But Sam, this is not an argument. This is guys. Hold on a second. Sam, you're introducing all this stuff, but it doesn't really help us to discuss eminent domain, right?
Well, we're not.
So it would be better.
Exactly, eminent domain.
Yeah. But Simon was saying, if they take your property, okay, then how do you have a right to property? It's a contradiction. Okay.
No, the question is how do you have a right? How do you even have a right to property at all? Right? It's an extension of the state giving to the individual. The state.
Okay, so you're advancing that, okay, as a thesis, but we don't have to accept that. Okay, so I mean, if you're going to say, well, I assume that property is due to the state's grant to you, then I assume it's not a violation of your rights. Okay, but you can't make us work with that framework. Okay, we need to be able to comment on that. You can't just force us to accept that. Okay, that's assuming the conclusion or begging the question. All right, we don't accept, neither Simon nor I believe that that's what property comes from. So you want to introduce that as a hypothesis?
Okay,
sure.
So where do you believe that property actually comes from?
It's a good question. Nobody knows where the natural rights come from. And there are several recognized ways to obtain.
No, it's several property. Right?
There are several. Yeah, there are several recognized ways to obtain property all over the world. One is you receive it from another person. Another is continuous use. There are, 5 or 6 others. Acquisition, the creation of something out of something else, and then the fruits of something that you own is another classical way to obtain property. So, for example, if we agree that a certain person owns a certain tree, an apple tree, the apples belong to that person.
Okay.
And these seem to be true all over the world. When you look, when anybody has property, they more or less accept these. There are Smith will list 5 of them, 4 or 5 ways to obtain property. If you
we all agree that the primary case is possession. If you possess it, then it likely is yours at some whatever, right?
Yeah. If you possess it, it is probably yours. That's certainly a good starting point.
So let's use a bit of a thought experiment. So let's say you go on an island somewhere, right, and that nobody has touched before, and as far as you know, and you plant your flag, and you live there for 5 years, and the question is, does that property belong to you?
Well, I mean, you can't really claim property to yourself.
Say that again?
Well,
you can't claim property to yourself. Like the whole point is that if this is like an island and I come to your island, well, it's not like I'm just gonna start stacking coconuts or start taking stuff from your island. I mean, this is yours technically.
Oh no, I said nobody is there. No, you're the first person.
You don't.
Then you own it. Sure,
the concept of property itself doesn't even apply.
But then someone else comes to the island. But it does apply. It does apply because someone else can come to the island later. They can come in 10 years. Okay, so yes, it does apply, right? The island is not, in a different dimension. So
no, but that's not.
So someone can come to the island. So the concept of property does apply. Someone can challenge your right to this property. Yeah. So let's say 5 years. It could be 10. All right. This is occupation in the English legal system, and I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, something like that is the limit they set. Generally it's something like that. maybe 20 in some countries.
I mean, there's even.
Okay.
I mean, like depending on like the certain context. I mean, like if you go to the island, spend like 2 years, you mix your labor and your mind to creating something, and then you leave for like 5-6 years, 8 years, whatever it might be, and then there's another person who comes.
Simon, are you a fan of Ayn Rand?
Yes, absolutely. I'm an objectivist.
But we just more or less are answering his question yes in different ways, and I'd like to hear. Okay, what did you do with that?
Well, I'm giving.
I would like to hear what
foundation for property.
Well, you're just giving me another one, but we answered Sam's question. So Sam, what are you going to do with that?
Okay,
if I said yes, what are you going to do with that?
All right, so this is the question. Now that we have like the property dispute, right? So a second person comes after like 10 years and says, well, like I see this property, this is my property. Like, do they not have a right to the property?
Yes, it's called adverse possession. There's an entire legal framework on this.
Adverse possession. All right, so we have adverse possession. So in adverse possession, I presume that there was going to be either some sort of war or somebody's going to end up dying.
No. That's not what adverse possession means.
Okay.
But I see what you're getting at, but maybe you should. You could just read in the definite. Please don't do that. You could look it up, Sam. But adverse possession is when you act as though you own the property without the permission of the owner for a long enough period of time.
Okay.
So that's what it's called, adverse.
And in this dispute, so how are we deciding or determining who is the rightful owner of said property, right?
So normally like in actual like legal disputes and how it's been adjudicated is that the person no longer took care of the property, and then someone else came and then actually mixed their labor and their mind with it, and then they basically adjudicated in favor to the person that was actually taking care of it, because there has to be like some sort of like, you can't just like leave land for like 50 years and then like let it rot and all that stuff. I mean,
why not? You can do whatever you want to with your land.
Simon, I think what you said there is, Simon, I don't think that's completely intellectually plain. Okay, no one says mix your labor and your mind or whatever.
Yes, there's actual.
No, this is how I know that he follows Ayn Rand or like Ayn Rand.
Yes. Okay, please let me look. Please let's. I'm telling you, it's not true. Okay, I'm allowed to tell you that something is wrong. Okay, you don't have to agree with me, but we can't have a conversation if you don't let me tell you that something is wrong. All right? I don't think anyone says that in any legal material. They don't care whether the person mixed their labor or mind or whatever. They just care whether they possessed it. If they possess it for long enough, okay, Sam asked, how do we decide if they possess it adversely for long enough, like 10 years or 20 years, then they own it, okay? And there may be additional steps they have to take. Like they have to possess it in a notorious manner. They have to post in the newspaper every 5 years or something that they possess this. They are taking possession of this island.
Yeah, but all the things that you said are extremely subjective, right? That and that's the point I think of the matter is there are no such thing as objective laws. Every law, all laws, all structures of law are completely subjective to the society or collection of people that it pertains to. And if somebody owns this land, or somebody is the only known person on this land and other people come on it later, then that individual is the person who sort of sets the standard for this legal system based on his own subjectivity, unless the people kill him and then they create their own.
Not based on his subjectivity. What do you mean?
Of course. No, because he who controls the land writes the rules.
No, that's not where the rules.
I mean, that's not even
But that's false, Sam. That's false. That's not where the rules come from.
Okay, where do the rules come from?
They come from traditional usages.
Traditional usages are also subjective. This is why we also have traditional usages.
Sam, look, you're changing the topic here subtly because you said he who owns the land writes the rules. I said, no, that's not true. Okay, so let's settle that. They don't come from one individual owning the land and deciding what the rules are. They come from people who are settling conflicts, deciding what the rules are.
No,
as
that's
they
one
settle
method,
those,
but it depends on also the method in which they settle the conflict, right?
Well,
you can
so
settle
then,
a conflict. You can
as
settle
they
a conflict
settle-
by getting rid of the conflict by killing the other person.
in general, you cannot do that. In general, you cannot do that.
Well, morally,
Because it upset. No, in general, you cannot do it because it is upsetting to their family and it leads to further conflict, and because it reduces the productivity and survival likelihood of your society. So in general, we don't see that the norms that evolve are like two people disagree, we kill one of them.
Jason, have you ever read this book called Moral Tribes by Joshua Green?
Well, I want to make sure that you understand my answer to your question before you ask me another one.
No, I'm just asking if you read the book.
I answered. I gave you the answer to the first question.
I do understand your.
Okay. Well, I don't want to answer your second question.
I do understand your question, and it sounds kind of.
My answer, not my question. My answer.
I'm sorry. I do understand your answer, and it does sound like an allegory that Joshua Green gave in this book. I think it was called the I forget what the allegory was called, but I'm curious if you read this book.
I don't want to answer your question
because you don't want to read it. I mean, you didn't.
No, I don't want to answer your question. I don't want to answer your question. So I'm not going to answer your question about this book or any other questions about that book. So to focus on the topic here, Sam, you keep doing this. You keep doing this to me, where we have a topic. I try to give you something to work with there. You don't really respond to it. You just make me move to something else.
No, I didn't.
I'm trying to make.
I said I accepted.
I don't see it that way. I don't see it.
Okay, I just want to go back to like the whole nobody writes that. By the way, John Locke actually writes like basically what I said.
John Locke
is labor.
Yeah. John Locke writes that, yes, and no public policy is written that way, right? And I think this is where you and I have a disagreement from a previous room, where I think you're making a big mistake. Is you're assuming that John Locke's attempt to kind of summarize the legal system he inherited is foundational to that legal system.
I didn't make that claim whatsoever.
But it's not. And so the idea that that's like how to explain what the legal system does is I think it's not a good explanation. I think there are much better ones, and actually Adam Smith does a better job than Locke. Blackstone does a much better job.
Well,
and that's why I disagree with your framing.
To go back to the original claim you made was that laws are not philosophical in nature, and my claim was that they are, because politics, the nature of political philosophy is that it's the application of ethics to social questions. So without a moral philosophy, you can't have a political system. So unless you have a theory that tells you what's right and what's wrong in the world, you don't have a legal framework that stems from that. So
I would agree with that. You need a structure of justice.
Absolutely. So all laws are philosophical in nature, but your view of it is that all these laws just come out of some vacuum and just exist.
No, I never said. I did not say that.
Yeah, you said no laws are philosophical in nature. That was your.
I did not say laws come out of a vacuum and just exist. I did not say that.
I know you didn't say that, obviously.
Okay, but you said your view is this. Okay, so
I was very explicit.
So,
I still.
You said your view is this, that laws come out of a vacuum, And this is not a fair summary
No,
of
that's
my
my take. I said that's my take on what you think. I'm saying your initial claim was that no laws are philosophical in nature.
That was not my initial claim either.
Yes, it was.
No, my claim was laws are not based on moral philosophy. Something along those lines. That if you look at where they come from, they don't come from people reflecting on philosophy or working from the works, in particular, of moral philosophers like John Locke. Where do the laws come from? They come from traditional systems of dispute resolution.
Based off.
That's where they actually.
How do they?
That's
have
where they actually.
I think you mean moral frameworks. Is a moral framework a better word than our concept of moral philosophy?
Well, one consequence of that, though, is it means you can't use philosophers as references for the law, because the law did not reference them. The law did not come from their works or emerge out of their works. If you want to look for references for the law and understand how the public policy system evolved, for law or public policy actually, then you have to look to basically older public policy and what are sometimes called political economists, okay? Or you have to look to something called jurisprudence. Books on jurisprudence are surprisingly valuable, which they're more about like, why is the law the law? Or how do we make good laws? But just looking at philosophy in general is not helpful. And this is my point there.
Well, I mean, every person who has some moral framework got it from some philosopher. I mean, that's just true for literally everyone.
Yeah, I think this is a chicken or egg thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's why I'm saying, like, politics is the application of ethics. So you can't have politics if you don't have an idea of what's right and wrong. So every person has some sort of sense of right and wrong. Whether it's actually a good system or not is irrelevant. If you have a system of right and wrong, all of your political positions stem from that moral framework. So you can't have a political system without that moral framework. So you might not explicitly say, oh yeah, this law is because of Locke, this law is because of Rand, this law is because of Kant. That might not be the case, but like where it actually stems from are from these philosophers.
The philosophers are just trying to.
So hold on a second. It doesn't.
Cautious it.
Hoot. Alright, so what me and Drew never understand, right? Then I thought, like, you know what? Maybe Drew might need some help, so he might need a master moderator. So then I'm out at Honey and Aaliyah, right? And then I'm thinking, oh, Danae, I'm a stand account. Gotta mod Danae. If ands and buts about it. And that's how I got him over the list.
Game Changer was trying to bait me into a
Why they lying? And they not even
want to get into what the Game Changer just got into it. Never. You gotta try to bait me into nothing. You know my policy. You wasn't trying to bait me in the last room?
Hell nah.
Oh, okay.
You're lying.
Oh, okay. When you become a
scammer and you're a fucking liar.
I'm a scammer and a liar, but you believe in her, but you knew me first.
Do you believe in me?
But I'm such a scammer, but you trusted me enough to cash at me and pay me.
What? I paid you $3.
So why would you pay a scammer? So why would you pay a scammer and a liar, though?
Yeah, you are a scammer.
So why would you pay me?
I will hit your hand when you're doing
So why would you pay me, though?
doing something real.
So why would you pay me, though?